Hey y'all, good morning, good morning, good morning. Jada Jade in the top spot. What's up, baby? I see you. Yo, I know that's right, yo. First she get her blog posted on a world-renowned site, then she number
Good
one. Miss
morning.
Simone.
Good morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning, Miss Simone. You ain't never gonna believe who in our top spot, yo.
It better be Bree. She been holding it down.
I know, yo,
Bree, Bree.
Jada J, yo. I know, yo,
Jada.
Jada, yo, yes, yo, yeah,
That's all
yo,
right. Jada. You better
yo,
come
that's
out the grave.
all right.
That's
Yo,
good with
come
me.
out the grave and
Today's
stayed out the grave, yo. Yes, yo. She had a blog posted on the Hawkins website, which is a big
I
deal.
know.
Now she number one. Like, yo, that's amazing. That's amazing. Good morning, yo. Good
Good
morning,
morning.
Bree.
Hey, Bree. Oh, Bree, Bree.
I know, yo. I know. I know, yo. I'm hurting too, yo. I'm hurting too, yo. Anil, good morning. Elder, good morning. Kate Core, good morning. Yo, Chaos Smoothies, good morning, y'all. Keon, good
Hey,
morning.
Keon. Consistent. That's what
Lene,
I'm.
what's up?
Hey,
Been real
Renee.
consistent, yo. Good morning, Lene. Jamira, good morning. Yo,
Ah,
Jamira is going to represent us tomorrow. So city schools, Hopkins University, the mayor's office, and a few other organizations are all trying to work together to just see like what the general experience is with like school from home and to get best practices on how to best open up the new school year. And of
okay.
course, they asked me for two leaders.
You already
So Jamira is going to be one of the leaders that's going to be representing us tomorrow. And she's going to pick a partner to roll with her. So the partner got to be a boy because we got to do boy, girl, and
good.
has to be somebody that doesn't attend her same school. So,
All right. I love this. Y'all are gonna represent. I
yeah,
can't wait
yeah.
to hear how it goes.
Yo, I can't wait either. It's going to be amazing. So, congrats to you, Jamira. That's going to be awesome. Hey, Ari, good
Sorry.
morning. Booski Show, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, what's up? Good morning. Yo, Illmatic is here, y'all. Good morning. Marcus Allen, yo, we ain't seen now Faith all week for real, y'all. Good
I know.
morning. Good to
Marcus. Good
see
morning.
you. Kamaya Success Sessions. Good morning, baby girl. Yo, Kamaya, yo.
Come on.
Kamaya is going to talk to the media today about the YouthWorks Leadership Project. So anybody that applied for the YouthWorks Leadership Project, check your email like later on tonight. And I'll probably throw all of y'all in a group chat. You're going to get an email. The project is going to officially start tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, you'll officially be on the clock. That's a quick $1,000 for everybody that's going to be on the team. Yeah, that's an easy $1,000. And Bree, and not Bree, Kamaya's Success Sessions is going to talk to the news media about what we're doing, what the project is about, and all that. So she's basically going to be representing us, y'all. So fingers crossed, baby girl. This is a big deal. So I'm excited about that. Yeah, man. Yo, Heartbeats is shining, yo. Heartbeats is
I
shining. I'm
know.
so excited.
Like, can they talk about this when they talk about Baltimore's youth? Y'all gonna put some respect on our name.
Exactly. Exactly. Talk about this, man. Yes. I know, man. Yo, Beats is on here this morning. Good morning, Beats. Yo, Beats.
No.
Yes, I know. Yo, yes, he crawled out the grave. Good morning, Beats. Hey, y'all. This Beats first success session, y'all. Y'all see his name right there, Kazi Beats. His name is Khalil, aka Beats, because he's nice on a musical tip. He makes all the fire beats. Like the boy is a mini Kanye for real, for real. So please show him some love, y'all. This is his first success session, y'all. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome out the grave, baby. We miss you.
Welcome out the grave. Yo, I love it when they start popping up. Hey, Summer, good morning. Good to see y'all. Who else we got on here? Hey, Ma. Good morning, Ma. Y'all know my mother. She be up on here, y'all.
I love it.
Y'all know my mother be up on here. But yo, for the YouthWorks project, it's only 2 people that I couldn't get in, and that was Elder, I'm so sorry, and John, baby Barack, I'm so sorry. And that's only because they said that y'all wasn't registered for YouthWorks. And remember, we did that at Thriving Thursdays back in January. Yeah. So baby Barack, I know you wasn't rolling with us back in January, but we had YouthWorks come to Thriving Thursdays and get everybody set up. So if you didn't get set up, unfortunately, I'm so sorry, but that's an easy $1,000. But John parents be hating on us low key a little bit. Tell them they messed up your $1,000, y'all. Tell them to call me, baby Barack, because we trying to put this money in your hands, man, and that's too easy, yo. Hey, Keon, good morning.
Yes, hey, Keon. Oh, man.
Yo, Marcus Allen said, just know I love y'all. I've been going through some stuff, man. We all been going through some stuff, y'all. And that's even more reason why you got to be around the people who care about you and your support system, yo. That's even more reason, yo. When stuff is the hardest, that's when you lean in even harder.
All the way.
Yo, all the way, all the time, yo. Yeah. That ain't the time to be falling back, yo. No, yo, that ain't the time to be falling back. Cause then the devil just got his arms straight open, like, come on back to me. Nah, man, you gotta lean forward, yo, all the time.
Miss Johnny, should we preach today? You know, we never have enough time.
We never ever have enough time, yo. Never ever have enough time, but yo.
That is a word, y'all. It seems like I know those times come where you just want to isolate, you want to have your own pity and just be, but that is the word. Maybe like 1 hour of that at the most, and then you gotta find your people, find them quick, like do the trust fall, because an idle mind is the devil's playground. You just get more and more in your thoughts, and we're here for you.
Absolutely. Yo, shake it off, yo. Shake it off. Just like Miss Simone said, acknowledge that you have those feelings and what's happening, but don't allow those feelings to keep you from the very things that's helping you to grow and helping you to do more and helping you to, be successful. Like, yo, no, yo, no. And you can always call any of us. And I thank y'all so much for reaching out to him. So that means y'all make sure y'all be checking up on him on a regular. So when y'all see him missing, yo, somebody need to be responsible for going and pick him up, because this is where you come to get your love and to come and get your support, yo. You can't deprive yourself of that. Like, no. Not at all.
We are no good by ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It is crazy. Yeah.
Into our topic
it is
today.
It is. Oh yeah. Okay. So let me get these guests on here real quick, y'all. Let me get these guests on here. Hold on. Good morning, OGQ in the house. Good morning. Good morning, Hardcore. Good morning.
Hey y'all.
Man, y'all. The people is here, y'all. Y'all about to flip when y'all see who we got today, bright and early, y'all. Y'all see who we got? Yo, Money Mo, yo.
Hey, y'all.
Money Mo, what's up? How you doing? Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Hey, Emma.
Hey, Emma. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, blessed. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Miss Simone was just about to say what the segue was. She was like, this is the perfect segue.
Listen, I do anything for Morgan.
I know that's right.
Don't start. Don't
You
start.
said
We had a
three.
whole conversation.
That was one.
We had a whole conversation. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing on today?
Man, we doing great. Yo, they going off like money mo. They ain't used to seeing you this early.
I know, y'all. Y'all got me 2 days early this week. That's it. So don't keep
Yeah, just know y'all special, man. You see, she came with the hoop. She ain't come to play with none of y'all.
Oh my goodness. Listen, I'm playing. I might come again, but not anymore this week, this early. It's fine though. Listen, it's good. But y'all, we're here to talk about like locating your longtime friends, kind of going into Miss Simone, the whole theme of the day, honestly. And I have my friend Emma here with me. And I'll let her introduce herself.
So I'm Emma. I've known Morgan we've known each other for like 4 years now, right? Four and a half, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. We both went to Temple together. We both studied public health back at Temple for undergrad. And I don't know, me personally, I live in Philadelphia. I just graduated with my master's degree in public health, which is really cool. Thank you for the snaps. I appreciate that. I'm a clinical researcher at a children's hospital here, at Children's Hospital Philadelphia. I don't know what else to say about myself. This is always an awkward question to answer.
You're a bomb human.
You think that? And I appreciate that you think that. So,
Yeah, no, yeah. For real though, she really is the bomb. She really, really is the bomb. So yeah, we're just gonna talk, y'all. Whatever questions that y'all have for her in particular, she's more than welcome. She's open to answering them. If you have questions for both of us and our friendship, we're open to answering them. We just here, y'all. We here. We are here this morning. Miss Simone, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm loving all the Black girl magic, first of all.
Yeah.
I want to know, how did you guys become friends? Because that, our topic is for this day is like, how do you find your friends in college, your people, your support network? And that was the segue we were talking about just before y'all got on, about how, when tough times come, it's easy to isolate, but you really do have to lean into your people. So how did y'all become each other's people?
This is hilarious. So Morgan and I were taking a health policy class together, and we sat in the same row. And there was this a friend of ours who we both knew, but we didn't know each other. I think Morgan, you had taken a class with her before, and I had taken a couple classes with her, and we were just like cool. And while I think she might have been the accidental link to our friendship, it was one day outside of class, because me and the one young lady, we would talk to each other outside of class because we had like this big gap. One day Morgan stayed during our conversation, and then like the girl left, and Morgan and I ended up talking, and I was like, so I think we're gonna be friends now. And it came off so weird. It was really awkward. And I was just like, I think we're friends now. And we maintained our friendship from then. And I was like, I think a couple days later, I was like, I know that was really weird to say. Like, we're friends. This is it. I was like, you're brown, I'm brown. Like, let's just make it work, Honestly and truly, that's exactly how it happened, y'all. She literally told me that she was gonna be my friend, and I was like, all right. Like, I didn't really have a reaction. I was just like, okay. And I mean, we did definitely attended a predominantly white institution, Temple University. Less white than other PWIs, but still white. So in our particular class, didn't have too many people that look like us. So that's kind of a connecting link, honestly, between us as well. And yeah, she literally told me she was gonna be my friend. I'm not gonna say I believed her 100% at the time, but here we go. We're here. So we're still friends. We're still friends to this day.
Oh, that is so funny. I love that. Sometimes you gotta speak it into existence, okay? There have been times before I'm like, oh yeah, you about to be my friend. So I love
I,
that.
You just know
do
Morgan
you?
had a really awesome vibe about her. And like I was like, you know what? We're friends now. This is it. Like,
Listen, and I mean, but we honestly, we kept talk. Like, I don't think we talked. We didn't talk. What am I trying to say? Like, we talked every day for a while after that first day. Like, we had contact with each other, like constant communication. We were working on projects together also in the class, just because we sat near one another. And so we were doing projects with the other girl, the other young lady that she mentioned. So we were together, and we were in the same major too. So we were in the same classes, same major, same class, you know. So yeah, I saw a lot of her. Saw a lot of her.
That's wonderful. Okay, y'all know I have questions all day, but do the heartbeats have
Okay.
any questions, Miss Joni?
Yo, they blowing up, yo. Yes, yo. They just, yo, they blowing up with the questions, yo. Kabaya success session. She want to know, Miss Emma, are you going back to get your PhD or are you done?
so I'm gonna go back to get my PhD. So after undergrad, we graduated together, and then I went straight into grad school, and I ended up getting a master's of social policy, and then I ended up getting a master's of public health. So then I was like, I need a break, right? So I'm taking this year off to really just like get myself together, because the PhD is something really, really difficult, and it's a daunting experience. And based on some of the people I've talked to who, you know, have PhDs or in the process, they said, take that year and really just live your life, because once you devote yourself to that PhD, it's it. But yeah, I think I definitely want to apply for the 2021 class, 2021. Yeah.
It's awesome.
Hopefully
Poet says,
we can. So, you know,
yeah,
and that they
that's
pay for
awesome.
it, because student loans are real. Okay.
They just talked about that yesterday.
Loans are real. I just finished my loan counseling, my exit loan counseling, and I saw the monthly payment, and I was like, I don't want to pay this. Like,
And they play you. They play you. You pick that income base, and they like, oh, okay, 500.
I was like, I don't think we know what income base means. Like, you don't know what kind of stuff I got to pay right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to add that piece. What were you about to say, Miss Joni?
No, you look, you got questions lined up. I was about to say what Poet said. She says, how did y'all find ways to stay friends?
Oh.
You want to go?
Do you want to go?
No, you go first.
To be honest with you, out of all the friendships I've had, Morgan is by far not only my favorite human, because she really is, but like, it wasn't hard to maintain this friendship. I think Morgan fundamentally gets me in a way that other friends have not. So, you know, sometimes I do a disappearing act, and she's very great about understanding that I may not text her in 2 weeks, and it has nothing to do with her. She doesn't take it personally or anything. It's just I'm going through whatever, and I'm going through my own like mental health stuff. And she's like phenomenal with it. And she's like, girl, I already know. Like, we are here. It is fine. And I like appreciate that about her. As far as making it work, I know sometimes I can be like a chatterbox, and I try to like listen more with Morgan, because like I don't want to like dominate. I have a very dominating personality, and I don't want to dominate anyone, especially Morgan, because she's been like exceptionally kind to me and everything that like I want to do. She just is like, go ahead, do it. Like, I'm supporting you 110%. So Morgan, the friendship isn't really hard to maintain. I think just in terms of us in general, friendships are definitely harder to maintain, especially when, I don't know, like I'm thinking about a friend in high school. At the time he was my best friend, and you know, we went to college, went to 2 different colleges in 2 different states. And to be completely honest, like that relationship changed, and I wasn't necessarily ready for how it was going to change. Like, we did not see each other all the time. We weren't calling each other all the time. We weren't texting each other all the time. And those types of things, they make an impact on your relationship. And if you're not necessarily ready for the change or ready to accept the change, it can be really difficult. But with Morgan, that wasn't we live in 2 different states and it still works somehow. Like, and if it wasn't for all of the COVIDness, I either would have been in Baltimore or she would have been in Philly. Like, if we really make this work. This is a friendship, one of the first friendships I will say that I've put in genuine effort, and I've also felt that effort return back to me. It's really dope. It's a really great friendship.
Girl, we had a whole conversation. You were only supposed to have one
feel
cat.
like
It was a cat of
I
how many?
didn't even hit like 2 for real. This is technically 2.
Oh my goodness. So to answer the question, I think Emma has taken the time to like understand like, you know, the explicit things, the things that I'm openly showing her, but she's also taken the time to understand me as a person, like my personality, my emotions, just like how I react in certain situations. Like maybe predicting how I would, you know, answer a question or how I would respond to a situation. She's really, really, really dope at just like picking up on those little things, the big things, of course, because those are easy to like kind of pick up, but those little things that like make me me. And I really, really appreciate that about her. She's also very super supportive. Like I'll text Emma anything. I could text Emma like, Emma, I walk down the steps, and she be like, oh yeah, like she like is for real a cheerleader.
Yeah.
like for real, a cheerleader, always heavy, very heavy with the compliments. But I understand that that's a part of her personality, that's a part of her love language. So and how she like, you know, communicates with me. So yeah, I remember I told y'all we're in the same major, same like study and stuff like that. So we actually ended up getting placed at the same internship. In the same department on the same floor. So literally we were around the corner from one another. And I remember sitting down at lunch with her, and I don't know if you remember this, but I remember sitting down at lunch because we had this huge window that like overlooked Philly. And she was like, we're about to graduate. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, and we were just talking about like how we were going to maintain our friendship. And she was basically telling me, she didn't maybe use these words exactly, but she basically telling me that she was scared a little bit about like, yeah, like scared about like what was gonna happen if we were gonna lose contact. I think we were talking about the show Insecure at the time too. And the ladies on Insecure, they were going through the kind of same thing, like the separation. They were going in different ways in life, experiencing new life journeys and things like that. So we sat there and I just told her, I said, Emma, I love you too much. We love each other too much. We will find ways to maintain. We might not talk every day. You know, we're going to be involved in our different jobs. We're going to be involved in our different lives, but we're going to remain friends. And that's just kind of how I've been moving with it. I just tell myself we're going to be friends because I want to be her friend.
Morgan, I should have gave you a cat.
I should gave both of y'all a cat. We ain't never gonna get these
Sorry.
questions.
Go ahead.
Hey, Miss Simone, do you have a question? Because the kid, it's at least 20 questions, like no
Yes,
less.
the kid question.
You sure, Miss Simone? You don't-
Ask Emma and Morgan offline. I'll be like, okay, so this is the other question.
All right, well, let me know. I'm gonna keep doing like 2 and then check in with you because it's so many. It's definitely gonna take us over time. Mira wants to know, can y'all talk about y'all experience at Temple?
That's good.
No, you go. No, you go. I answered the first one. Go ahead.
Cool. Experience at Temple. First year was rough for me. Definitely rough. Just an adjustment with, you know, not living at home anymore, living with people I didn't know, because I didn't opt for that option to live with people that I knew. And I didn't really know, I only knew one person at Temple, and she was a year or a class ahead of me. So yeah, didn't know anybody, picked the random roommates, had roommate issues in that first semester. Workload was crazy different because I was a bio major. So I was in chemistry, calculus, just a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff was going on. So I was just adjusting. Emotionally, I wasn't the best, honestly. But yeah, no, sophomore year was much better. By then I had found one of my other like long-term friends from school. So we were good. And then each year got better. I started to love Philly. I started to love my school, love where I was at, love the people that I was meeting, to the point where y'all listen, I wasn't trying to come back, honestly. I wasn't trying to come back at the end of my experience. I was seriously, I had a job offer and I was seriously considering staying up there. But something brought me back here, and I'm eternally grateful for coming back here. But yeah, no, it was good. It was good.
So similarly, I think just transitioning from being in high school to college is just difficult within itself. And there are ways for you to prepare, but it's nothing like being actually in that situation. For context, so I originally went to Pace University in New York for a year. I hated it. I hated everything about it. It just was not my jam. So I decided to come home. I'm from Philly originally. I decided to come home, and my mama wasn't going to let me not go to school. So I was like, you know what, let me apply to Temple again, because I had applied when I was in high school. Got in, and then that first year was rough. It was just rough. Despite being from the city, I didn't know anyone at Temple at the time. Later did I find out, like, I actually knew people who went there. Just Temple is so huge that you obviously can't know everyone. But the second year got a little bit better. I definitely ended up making friends, which was, I think, part of the transition that was most iffy for me. By the third and fourth year, it was awesome. Like, by the third year, I had met Morgan. And that was cool. I met Morgan, and that was cool. And then I don't know, for some reason, the first 2 years, like just grade wise, was not shaking up what it was supposed to be, if I'm being completely honest with you. And this is coming from someone who was like valedictorian of her high school class, and just like going through a whole bunch of like mental stuff and just being like, this is different. Like, college is different. But those last 2 years really pulled it around. And I think because I had those social supports, such as Morgan and our like other group of friends, it definitely helped at the end. So all in all, I would do it again in the same exact way if I had the choice to do it again.
Yeah. I mean, it was, and just to add, like, it was rough, but it was like, it taught you so much about yourself. Like, you went through a lot of like ups and downs, emotions and things like that, but I learned so much about myself in that first year of college. Just like how I interact with people and how I interact with myself. So listen, I know it like sounds like, okay, we both have, rough first years, but it was like good. It was a good rough first year, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think you touched on this a little bit earlier, Miss Emma, but Bree wants to know, what was your major in college and why?
So my major ended up being public health. But originally, like Morgan, I was a biochem major, right? Because I had this really wild dream that I was going to be a doctor of some sort, because to my recollection, and I think, schools in general should do, we need to give children more resources just on different careers and what's out there, because I thought I was good at science and I was pretty good at math, and I was like, bet doctor, that's it. But I was like, you know what, this biochem, biology, chemistry, organic chem, that was not my life. Like, calculus was not my life. And that was one of the first times like I actually failed academically, and I was just like, whoa, I had to take a step back. And I was like, I still care about health, but I don't think I want to do this in a doctor kind of way. So then I like researched all the different kind of majors that Temple had offered at the time that was so health related, and they ended up having public health. And I was like, this seems like a pretty interesting thing, especially because it was super, super, super diverse. And by diverse, I mean, it just had a lot of options at what you can do after you graduate. So like, you can end up being a researcher, you can be an epidemiologist, you can be all these different things. And I was like, I like the idea of having options just so I could figure out what my jam is going to be later on. And I ended up sticking with it, and it was pretty cool. Besides the anatomy and physiology classes, I was happy with most of it.
That's awesome. Miss Simone, did you have a question you want to put in there?
No, I'm good. I'm enjoying
You sure? Even Keon, like, sheesh, there's a lot of questions in here. I know, Keon, like, yo, I'm trying to work through them, y'all. I'm working through them. And y'all fix y'all daggone typos. Ma said, so when I think of college, I think of partying. When you went, did you go? Ma, the typos, yo. So when I think of college, I think of partying. Did you go to a lot of parties? If so, how did you maintain that in school? What were some of the issues that you had? Come on, Ma, help me out. I'm already behind, y'all. Fix the typos.
I'll start off. First semester, yeah, I went to a good number of parties. I did, I was out here a little bit. But also around like October-ish, I was like, okay, Morgan, if you're gonna be good at school, like you can't go to no more parties. So like I didn't even have that balance. I just went from like still doing my schoolwork, still like being in classes and stuff, but still like going to parties or like outings or whatever. But then I cut it off. I was like, if you want to have A's, you can't go to any parties anymore. I still kept going, but I did cut it off for a couple of weeks. But it's as I got older, I recognized like the importance of like having that balance, not necessarily with parties, but just like social and then like the work, because like the social will help you with the work. Actually, it'll contribute to you doing better with the work, especially if like the friends that you have are in your major, you're taking the same classes and things like that. So yeah.
Yes to partying, right? Because I feel like just Temple overall is kind of known and legendary for their parties, low-key. And I don't know if that's just a specific Philadelphia thing that I just know that, but they are known for that. But I realized partying really wasn't my jam. Like I'm introverted. I'm like a good combination of introvert and extrovert, but the introvert side of parties just comes out of me. So I'm like, no, like being around a whole bunch of people, being crowded. So like after that first or second semester, I was cool with it. And I was like trading parties for like dinner parties. So that way it's like 20 people or less. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you mentioned like how it changes, because that first semester, it was like the typical, like what you see like in the basement, like just hot, just a lot of stuff. January, me and my friend, we were like, we're done. January and freshman year, we're like, we're done with this. We're done with whatever this is. We're gonna go to the movies. So we changed socially kind of what we did.
Right.
Ms. Simone, didn't we talk about that yesterday? You said the average parties was 62.
Yes,
Mo went to all 62.
Her and Emma got their party done in the chat.
Got them done.
62.
Listen, Miss Simone pulled out the stacks. 62.
I know. Listen,
Average college student attends 62 parties.
I ain't going to no 62, y'all.
I ain't going to 62.
I ain't going to no 62.
It was at 62 of them, y'all.
No, you're not.
Y'all crazy. Kat, baby, I'm so sorry. Kat, like, Miss Joni, you skipped my question. That's because Ma had so many typos and I was working so hard to decipher his question that I missed your beautifully worded question. I'm so sorry. Kat wants to know, what are your future goals? And also, what do you guys love most about each other? I know, she did it to y'all just because she saw y'all pain.
I'm gonna start off what I love most about Morgan, and then I'll answer the second one. So what I love most about Morgan, and I've told you this before, there's a quiet fierceness to Morgan that I can't even like begin to understand. Ever since I met her back in, I think like 2015, 2016, I've noticed that she's one of the smartest in the room, but she doesn't have to let you know that she's smart, right? And to me, that was such an odd dichotomy because, not to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty smart, right? And I think that's just like a big base of my personality, right? Morgan didn't have to do that. So I was always intrigued by it. I was like, what's going on? And then like I just got to know her more. The way in which she cares for people, there's always this quiet fierceness. And it's the best way to describe her. She like is super compassionate, super loving. I usually don't have to say what's wrong with me. She can pick it up automatically. And I'm really weird about making things a big deal. She knows like, she'll like secretly bring it up in there. She's high key one of the most amazing people like I know in my life. Morgan, stop it, because I'm gonna start. So stop. But like, she's just super amazing, and I've never seen someone carry themselves in that type of way before and it be authentic and genuine and not in a people-pleasing kind of way. That's by far probably my favorite thing about her. And then also she's like an amazing friend, and like my sister, I have 2 younger sisters. One thing, I'm done. She cut me off.
Emma, what are your future goals, Emma? Thank you.
Oh yeah.
I appreciate
my future goals in life. So like I said, I'm applying for PhD programs. I'm going to start those applications most likely in July, because it's just 1,000,001 pieces that I have to put together for this. I'm hoping I have a school in mind that I really want to go to, in a program that I really want. But it's going to take a lot of reflective work on my end and for my journey in order to do that, because it's not based in Philadelphia. It's based in New York, and I have like this situation with that. So, trying to work on me personally, but eventually I would love to be a professor, especially to undergrad students. We had one Black woman professor back in undergrad. I think it was junior year that we met her. She was awesome professionally. Like, I love to be around her, and she ended up being like a mentor of sorts. And I would love to do that, because to my knowledge, I think she was the first Black woman to teach me. And like, right. So like, for me personally, I was like, I want to be that to other students, especially in like a public health, structural change, racism type of way, anti-racism practices type of way, because that's what a lot of my work is kind of doing now at CHOP. So I would love to develop that, especially like being hyper focused on childhood and early childhood spaces, because unfortunately, like, they're having a rough go at it as well, as far as like racism and bias and things of that nature. So I would love to do research in that realm, but do research in a way that isn't predatory, almost, to where we, like, as a researcher, go in and take from the community and we don't give back. I think that's one of my major like hangups about what I decided to do for a living. But do it in a way that's collaborative, that invites the community in, and that they have actual voices and not just on the head of some board. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, I just want to teach. And then ultimately, my real goal in life is to be happy. If at the end of all of this, and I'm on my deathbed, and I can say I actually lived a happy life, like I was genuinely happy, I'm good to go.
Oh, that's right. You just had a jewel about happiness. I love it. Miss Bunny Mom?
all right.
Don't even.
I was like going through a list in my head, because I literally have a long list of my favorite things about Emma. But I'm gonna pick this one. So Emma sees something and it's hers. Like, it's no debate about it, it's no questioning about it. It's just, she sees something, she wants it, she gets it. And I love that spirit about Emma. Like, she'll tell me something, next day, within 24 hours, within 12 hours, within 8 hours, whatever, it's spreadsheets and lists and steps. And I'm just like, yo, you just said one thing. You said one thing, and you already like right up under that thing. You're already about to attain that thing. And I just think it's so amazing for her, because she is always going to reach her goals. Like, regardless, I'm never gonna doubt that. But then it's also amazing to watch and to learn from. So Emma's actually probably one of my greatest teachers. So for that, I am grateful for that, but I'm also just amazed at watching that process with her, because it's like, yo, you know how to do so much and you know so much. And like, sometimes I'm like, where did you learn this? She like, oh, it's just one article that I had found nudged in the corner of the book, and it's called this. I send you the link. I'm like, okay, cool, thank you. But we've had conversations about it, and sometimes she tells me, she's like, dude, and she'll ask me like, do you think I'm over, it's overwhelming or that I come off too strong? People, I'm like, no, girl, like you are like perfect, like you, like that power inside of you, that fire inside of you. I'm like, bro, whew, if you can, you just put some on me, sprinkle some on me.
No,
So
think,
yeah,
I think.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I forgot you off, but I just think that that's part of why our friendship is so unique and so interesting, is that you have that same fire, but you're just very like calm and like secure in it. And I feel like sometimes I'm just like, right? And, like, it's a lot. But you have that same exact fire. You're just like I said, it's a quiet fierceness to you. And I think we're just like on that, we balance each other out perfectly in that way.
I would agree. Definitely. So yeah, just that fire, and she's one of my greatest teachers. I guess that's two. Is that two? Whatever. And then as far as my future goals, I just want to work with y'all and people like y'all for as long as I can. It's interesting. You think you know what your future is going to look like, especially when you're first starting college. You're like, oh, I'm going to major in this and I'm going to be this. I majored in bio and I was going to be a veterinarian. I'm not doing any of that. And my true passion lies in like being hands-on, building relationships, talking to people, listening to people, learning people. I love to learn about people. So I just want to impact young people's lives in the best way I possibly can. I want to do anything that I can for y'all. I don't want it to be like a dynamic of a relationship where it looks like I'm trying to like pull y'all up and I'm helping and I'm saving. No, I want to work with and for y'all. So yeah, that's my future goal.
She loved y'all too. She loved y'all.
Yo, I love it. Yo, Chaos Smoothies made a really great point. She said, y'all definitely need to go back and look at these comments after this session is over. Because I'm just skipping through getting to the questions, but it's so many comments. Like people are really loving and feeling what you guys are saying. Like y'all feeding souls this morning. So definitely appreciate that. Ma, you're going to get banned from asking questions if you can't get these typos under control, yo. He says, it's crazy, yo. It's crazy. He says, Miss Emma, was Temple always your first choice? And Miss Mo, was it always your first choice as well? Or did y'all want to go to a HBCU?
So it wasn't my first choice. As far as the HBCU, so I went to an African-centered high school. So I felt like I had gotten my HBCU like experience, or at least at the time. Now I know that that's not true, and I kind of wish I could, do that part over again. But I was like, you know what? I felt like I wanted to go to a PWI. That, and the people in my high school class who ended up applying and going to HBCUs. Financially, the financial aid package that they were offered I wasn't trying to put myself in but so much debt, to be completely honest with you. Just thinking about the fact of the matter, I knew I wanted to go to school like after the fact. And at the time I thought I was going to medical school, and I was like, I'm not trying to rack up all of this debt. So I ended up going to Pace, hating that experience, and coming back to Temple and getting a semi-good portion of that paid off through like scholarships and grants and things. So I was just like, Temple it is. Listen, they got a variety of majors just in case I change my mind. It's at home. It just made sense for me. And yeah, I went with the it makes sense answer. But if I could do it over again, I applied to a couple HBCUs. I just didn't go for whatever reason. If I could do it all over again, I probably would have went to Howard. It's in DC, which is my favorite city. I felt like if there was ever a Howard-esque like student, I think I would be it. So I probably would have made that choice. Yeah.
Yeah, Echoing Emma, Temple was not my first choice at all. I was gonna be in North Carolina and North Carolina A&T. Okay, I was gonna be. I was like, I remember applying to schools. I was like, I'm going to HBCU. I'm going to HBCU. It is what it is. Like that's just that's what's gonna be. And North Carolina A&T was actually my first college acceptance as well. Like hearing back, you know, it's kind of like a nervous spirit kind of associated with that. Like, oh, did I get into college? And that was my first acceptance. So yeah, but then there was this switch, you know, as the admissions were kind of, you know, coming in and things like that. And I was just like, you know what, I really want a diverse student population because I think that mimics the world. So I was like, I want that kind of thing. Definitely, like I knew I wanted a big city. I wanted to get up out of Maryland. I knew that. But I was just like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go to PWI. I stepped on Temple's campus and like this sounds corny, but I was like, I just knew. And also like one of the most influential people just of my like high school career attended Temple. The one I said that was a class above me, she attended my same high school and she also attended Temple, and she's just a bomb person as well. So I was like, and I looked up to her and I still do. So I stepped on Temple's campus. I was like, this is where I'm going. So yeah, that's kind of what happened with me. But no, Temple was not my first choice, but I'm glad I went.
That's cool. Miss Simone, you got questions?
No, ask the babies questions.
All right, okay. And Cam, I see your comment. Yes, please collect all the questions because there's no possible way. Yo, we still answering questions from 10:15 in the morning, yo. And here it is, 10:46. That's how many questions y'all got backed up. So Cam, yes, I appreciate you so much. Get all the questions. Yo, everybody here talk about, we need 2 hours. Look, y'all know the deal, man.
Hey.
Beats wants to know, have y'all had any big fights? And if so, could you talk us through how you got them? That's a good question, Beats.
Really good question. Morgan, you take that one.
Let me get that bus off you, Mo.
Hush. Have we had any?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you and I have had.
Okay, so we have not had any huge fights. We definitely don't agree on everything. We don't agree on like how we're going to respond to situations and maybe
Right.
you know, our stance on different things happening in the world. We definitely don't, but we have an understanding where we're just like, all right, your opinion is different, my opinion is different. That's cool. We're gonna keep pushing. We did have you know, some friends. We had some friends that were a part of our unit. And so it was like a group of 9 at first, right? 8 or 9.
Like 8 or 9 of us, yeah.
8 or 9, and then it dwindled. We got down to about 4. And so we had disagreements amongst our group, definitely. And I mean, I hate to say it like this, but y'all see how it ended because they're not sitting up here with us.
That's
the
realest thing I think you could say.
Honestly, I hate to say it like that, but that's really what happened. We didn't really get through those big arguments because we understood as like our personalities didn't really mesh well. And there was, you know, some other things kind of going on. Emma, I don't know if you want to expand on what I'm saying, but
so yeah, like Morgan said, so the other issue within like the dwindling down to the 4 of us was that we came in pairs. So Morgan and I were already cool, and the 2 other young ladies were already cool. So anytime an issue arises, it would seem like Morgan and I would have each other's back and the other 2 would have their back, and there would be no consensus made between the two groups. And ultimately it became just like the downfall of our friendship. But pertaining to like Morgan and I's relationship, I think the reason why, and Morgan, correct me if I'm wrong on this, the reason why you and I don't really have big fights, we kind of nip things in the butt before it gets to that level. And I think she and I just have a mutual respect for one another, where I'm not going to say anything wild or crazy to her, and she's not going to do the same to me. And then on that same flip side, like on the things we disagree on, I think, like Morgan said, we just agree to disagree. And she's like, Emma, you see it this way and I see it this way. And it's never something that is willing to wreck a friendship over, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think that was a good way to put it. Especially I think with the distance, right? And like the not talking to one another, that could easily turn into an issue. Like, you don't never check up on me and da 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 da. We don't ever talk or whatever. But we have understanding and we have boundaries. So it's like you have to kind of, if you don't just understand them, you have to literally talk about them and like what is okay and what's not okay, what's respectful and what's not respectful. And those boundaries are really important because amongst that group of friends that we had, every time one person had an issue, everybody in the group knew. And so it didn't matter what the issue was. It's because we had really little ones and we had really, really big
Very
ones.
personal ones, yeah.
Very personal ones. Yeah, that's probably why we're not like naming it, because it's like it's very it could define the situation, right. It could define the person. But yeah, those boundaries are important.
Well, that kind of leads to this question that Ari has, which is a great question. And she wants to know, has anyone ever tried to turn y'all away from each other? And if so, how did you handle those situations? That's a great question, right?
Can I be like 100% honest?
Yo, please, that's all we need, yo.
About like naming situations or things, definitely. I think when we were in that foursome, I like to call us a little like team of four. When we were in that, I definitely, looking back at it, there were times where I can see one of the young ladies definitely pushing the relationship between Morgan and I to like be on polar opposites, so to speak. Because once again, like Morgan and I said earlier, she and I are kind of different in personality wise. While she's like this super like quiet fire, I'm definitely this like kind of in your face, like boom type of person. And in nature that usually clashes, but we make it work. And I think the one young lady definitely attempted to use that my earth to her softness to kind of dwindle her fire that Morgan has, right? And there would be times where she would ask me like personal questions about Morgan that I knew the answer to, but I would be like, no, I don't know. Like, I don't know. And that's not for me to say. If you have this genuine question, you should probably take it to Morgan, right? And that always created that divide as well, because like I said, it always seemed like the way she put it, she made it sound like I was mama bear to Morgan. And that wasn't the case, more so than being a good protective friend of Morgan. And that will always be the driver to try to wedge us apart.
Yeah. So that one particular young lady, and I'm just remembering a specific like example, would express to Emma, like again, she said ask her personal questions, but express to Emma like, well, I think Morgan should, tell us more. And I think that we don't know anything about her and that's not fair. And I'm just like, and I remember at the end of our friendship, Emma, the end of our friendship with everybody, Emma was calling me. She was so sad. She was like, oh my God, it's over. Blah, blah, blah. I was sitting there, I said, Emma, I don't care. And I know like that sounds like so harsh, but I was just like, this was gonna happen. Because I remember when we had the last phone call with the young lady, the phone call with me ended completely different than the phone call with Emma. The phone call with me, I told her how I felt about her. She told me how she felt about me. And she was like, well, whatever happens. I just feel like you should tell me more. If we're friends, we're friends. If we're not, we're not. And she was talking about the whole group and like her individual. With Emma's conversation, they were talking about playing and hanging out together and doing all this stuff. And it was just it was polar opposite in the communication, where we're supposed to be like a cohesive unit. So yeah, it didn't work because we still rocking. We still rocking.
So here.
So
Oh, we ran completely out of time. Can I combine two questions to ask y'all, like, like 1 and 2, and can y'all give us 30-second answers, just because we ain't even get to the 10:30 questions, y'all. This is sad. This is sad. So these questions are from OGQ and Elmatic. Do you have any other long distance relationships that are still doing well? And do you feel like your distance separation has brought you closer together or drifted you further apart?
So the first question, I have a couple other long distance-esque relationships and friendships. However, they're not the same than what they were. I can genuinely say, in terms of Morgan and I's relationship, it's mostly the same. The only difference is I don't get to see her on Tuesdays from like 5 to 12 at night. Like, that is no longer the same. But, and like, our communication is not obviously like as common as it used to be, but it's still, for the most part, those feelings are still there. And like, she knows I love her and I know that she loves me. Those other relationships, they changed a little bit, and they're a little different, but the love itself is still there, which is important. But communication isn't an everyday thing, right? It's once or twice a month, and it's just like, hey girl, what's good? And it's more check-ins than, Morgan, I got to tell you something, type of thing. But yeah.
I have, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I have a couple of long distance as well. I would say one of outside of Emma's relation, I will say one of them has like kept its integrity. We definitely don't see each other that much, but I just got off the phone with her. Like, I had a long conversation with her last night. So, and I actually wanted her to come on today to have this conversation, but her work schedule just didn't allow. So yeah. And then of course the one with me and Emma is working out. So yeah.
And has the distance brought you guys closer together or drifted you apart?
Closer together.
I was gonna say closer together, because we have no other choice but to like check in at least like once we be like, hey, what's going on? And then that starts a story. Like, that starts a whole thing. Yeah. So it's definitely, and I think because we're further apart, it's less like surface level conversation. Mm-hmm. It's more so like, yeah, how you doing? How's work? How's this, that, and the third? Girl, let me tell you about this, that, and the third. Like, you have to kind of get to the meat and potatoes of the conversation way quicker. But yeah, I think it brought us closer together. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank y'all so much for this conversation. This conversation was absolutely amazing. Thank you, Chaos Movies and Lamar, for getting the questions for us, y'all. We're going to make sure Miss Money Mo get these questions so we can get them answered. All right, we got to drop these jewels now, real quick. Yeah. If you had to leave us with one thing, what would you leave us with?
Emma, you want to go first?
Yeah, you're going to hate it, though. Be super, super, super mindful of who you pick as your friends, because they're not just your friends. Like, they're a form of support for you. When you're at your lowest low, they will be there for you, or at least you will hope that they'll be there for you. When you're at your highest high, they will be there for you, and they want to celebrate with you, hopefully. And if you can, find a friend like Miss Morgan, because she is amazing. And truly, like, when you spot someone amazing, hold on to them and be willing to grow and change with them, because sometimes you grow and change in different directions. But thankfully, Morgan and I are growing in the similar directions. But yeah, you find someone like Morgan, hold on to them.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for Emma for coming on today with us. Mine is just, don't underestimate the law of attraction. People are placed for very purposeful reasons. So yeah, that's mine. That's it.
Simone, what you got for us?
When you find your people, you find your people.
Hey.
It's as simple as that. Yep.
Yo, I love it. I love it. Thank y'all so much. This was absolutely great. And please make sure y'all go back and read these comments. Y'all got some really good comments in there.
We will. All right, and we gotta go because the next session is in like 30 seconds. All right.
Yeah, right. Like who I got coming on? I don't even know what's happening. I see you tomorrow, Miss Simone. See you, Miss Emma. Thank you so much.
12 o'clock with my friends. It's an all friend day thing.
It's an all friend day thing.
Yes.
Yo.
Her friend. I'll see y'all at 12 with my friends. We gonna get this together for college friendships. It's gonna be
back. Yo, let's do it. Thank you, Miss Simone. We'll see you later. Yo, this about to be good. And you know what? I didn't tell y'all. I'm leaving early today, y'all. I got some money to make, so y'all not gonna see me after 12:30. Stuff still gonna be going on, but 12:30, I gotta go do this for y'all. Make a stack or two. But yeah, y'all. Let's see. Hold up. What we got on the door right now, y'all? Let's see who we got, y'all. Yay, Miss Sushma, what's up?
Hello.
How you doing?
You're good.
Good, yo. I'm loving you here with us, yo.
Thank you.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
Alrighty, my friend is here now.
Hey, Miss Angela. Am I saying it right?
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Sorry, she is actually joining us from Rwanda, so there might be some technical issues because of the long
From
distance.
Rwanda?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, we got to get this on. Oh, yeah, we got to. Okay, I think she might have jumped off and probably come. We got to get her on. This is amazing. Yeah. We need all of Verizon gods. Get to her right now. All of the T-Mobile angels. Go get Miss Angela Wi-Fi, y'all. Get her on here. That's amazing.
I will check in with her real quick.
Yeah, check in with her. Tell her we praying for her Wi-Fi. We need her on here. This is about to be an amazing experience.
Yeah, she is so great. So great. She's
wow. And you met her at Goucher?
Yes. Yep. First year we met in Goucher and we just clicked like this. And we found out that we are actually birthday twins and we bonded even more. So we call each other saying twins instead of just saying names. She just texted me saying that she's joining us again. Her audio was not working, so she will be here with us shortly.
Okay, good. Yes, I love this. This is amazing.
Yeah, we have like a pack of group of friends, but most of them are working. So Angela could join us today. That also from Rwanda. So very, very fortunate to have her in the session.
Yes, we are blessed.
All right, she is back.
Yes. Hey, Miss Angela.
Is her audio not working? Angela, your audio not working? I'm just texting her real quick.
Okay.
We can't hear you. Maybe.
Always say connected now.
Okay, lovely.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey, Miss Angela.
Hello. How are you? Johnny, right?
Yes. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. This is such a beautiful blessing.
No problem. It was an honor to be considered.
Thank you. Thank you. So y'all want to talk about what? Y'all friendship and all that stuff?
I'm ready. Sushma.
Yeah, yeah.
Angela, you go. She's the star of
Yeah.
the show today. I will not be talking that much.
No, both of y'all
Right.
are stars. No, so Miss Sushma started telling us a little bit about how y'all met in Goucher. So can you tell us, like from your perspective, like how you
Sure.
guys met and what started the friendship?
Yeah, we actually used to have very varying stories of how we met. But I think what I remember is we were taking the same biology class. And I invited Sushma to join our study group. And we had never talked to each other before, but then I wanted someone else. So I was joining a study group and I was the only other student of color in the study group. And I wanted one other person who was from a different culture to be part of that study group. So I think that's why I reached out to her. I was like, please join my study group. And then from there on, we were friends. I think I also was the first one, the person who was like, okay, you're my friend, right? And we had never hanged out before. And then from then onwards, it was like, I don't know, sisters. And then we found out that we had the same birthday, born the same month, the same day, same year.
Wow. And when your birthday?
August
no,
5th.
don't share it.
August the what? No, we gotta make
Our
sure.
lovely heartbeats don't know my age, and I feel like if they do,
I'm
they
not
will
saying
be.
You ain't gotta tell us the year. We know you an adolescent. You ain't gotta tell us the year.
August 5th
like
is
to
our
know-
birthday. August
Yeah.
5th.
August the 5th. Okay. Y'all see
Yeah.
how Miss Sushma tried to do y'all?
Oh,
I would not say the age though, too. I don't know. I'm not there yet.
We know
At the
y'all
same-
babies.
No, we look babies. We look babies, but we ain't babies. Angie?
So the Harpies, they have a lot of questions for y'all. So I'm gonna start asking y'all some of the questions that they have. Cam wants to know, what is it like being a foreign student?
Sushma, should I take this
Yeah.
one first?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was an international student at Goucher, which I'm currently back home in Rwanda. It was the first time I had ever left the country to go to study. Left the country to go to a different continent, let alone to study. And it was very, being a foreign student, it was very, I won't say challenging because I enjoyed the experience fully. It was an amazing experience, but it was not, there was a lot of things that we did not have access to that a lot of other students had access to. And it was, for me, at least for the first few weeks, I was very much worried about fitting in, about being different, always being othered. But when I found my tribe, or when I actually took space, those worries went out of the door. Yeah. So
Yeah, what about you, Miss Sushma? What was your experience like? Oh, we can't hear you. You on mute. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. My
Yeah, it's okay.
a little bit different because I'm not like a traditional American, but I'm not really a foreign student either. I am an immigrant student. So I did go to high school here. I came here when I was in 10th grade, and I attended a PWI. So it was so very important for me to make friends that would be very understanding of my culture. And sadly, there were not really a lot of Nepali people there, but I met my tribe. And although we come from different cultures, our foundation is so the same, like family values, food, music, and everything else. And actually, we have a group of friends, and all of us come from different backgrounds. Angela is from Rwanda. We have another friend who has Ethiopian background, another one that has Benini background. We have our friend who is mixed Jamaican and white. So we are all over. So, it's always fun. But before we move on, I would like Angie to introduce herself formally. Like,
Yeah,
if you can
I'm
do
so sorry, Miss Angie. We just jumped right into asking you all your business and stuff, and you ain't even tell. Thank you, Miss Sushma.
You were so excited because Angie
I
was
know,
here.
because we ran out of time on the last session, and the kid they like, come on, let's get these questions, and because we didn't even get a chance to ask all the questions, so I'm so
That's
sorry.
okay. Yeah, so a brief introduction. My name is Angela Mutesi. I am Rwandan and Ugandan. I went to Goucher College with Sushma, and I graduated a few years back. I currently work as an educator at the African Leadership University, and I'm actually going to also be following my passion in global health equity, which is my biggest love. And I'm gonna start working as a policy and advocacy associate at a public health organization.
That is awesome. So much greatness. We should have been met you, Miss Angela. I don't know why Miss Sushma kept you in the pocket all this long time. We should have been.
Why are you hiding me?
Right, we should have had
sorry.
you on the big screen
You're
at a Thriving Thursday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Trust me, Johnny, this is one of those rare days when Angie actually made an effort to call me back because
Oh, okay.
she's playing with me. She be playing. I have to schedule an appointment just to FaceTime her.
Come on,
And
Miss Angie. You gotta do better.
Yeah.
You in the family now. You gotta do better. We loving this.
Yes.
But in
Jada
her
wants to
defense,
know.
there is a time a zone difference. So
Oh yeah. What time is it there?
Right now it's close to 6. It's 5:10, which is actually, this is the perfect time to have it. But usually when they're awake, I'm asleep. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 5:10 in the evening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Jada wants to know, how did it feel to leave your comfort zone and to create a new path for your future? That's a good question, Jada.
How did it
Angie.
feel? Yeah. I think I would say I wanted to leave my comfort zone. I didn't want to get too comfortable in the life that I had created for myself here in Rwanda. So I didn't want to leave high school and go right into the same routines and seeing the same people. I wanted to experience different things. So I think the experience for me was what I wanted. How did it feel? I'm not gonna lie, the first few weeks I cried. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to fit in or if I was going to survive being so far away from everyone that I knew and everything that was so familiar to me. But then the longer you live somewhere and the longer you interact with new people and be more open-minded, that place starts to feel like home. And I think a lot of people say that, but it's actually true. Goucher and my friends started to feel like home for me. So it was not the easiest path, but it was one that I appreciate and one I enjoyed later on so much.
Yeah. Wow. Bree wants to know, was it hard adjusting to college? Was it different from high school?
Sush?
it was, it can be hard, especially if you are going out of state, and it can be hard even if you are in state school, especially if you grew up in a very close family, had a group of friends that you always went back to, and then you are suddenly in a different surrounding, new people, new environment, you don't know anyone, you have so many questions like, oh, like, are they gonna like me? How am I gonna fit in? What kind of classes am I gonna take? I don't have friends to go to dining hall with. Oh my God, so many things go into your mind. But while you are thinking about all these things, I think the universe really is listening to your thoughts, and the universe really puts right people in your path. And when it does, you just vibe it. I don't know how to explain it more than just the vibe of it. And I would say when you are in those uncertain familiarities or situation, definitely don't shy out. Sometimes you really have to take the initiative. Just saying hi isn't really gonna nobody's gonna bite you.
Mhm.
The worst they can do is like just not say hi back, right? And then during orientation, you're gonna meet so many people. There is no way that you're not gonna find someone who is gonna be there for you. I mean, even if you go to small, medium sized, large, orientation week is all about meeting people, finding out various services that are available on campus, be it gym life, dining hall, library services, tutor services, mental health services. There are so many things, and you just click with somebody who likes the same music as you, and then the next thing you know is you're like partying on the second day of college, vibing with the music, not doing anything crazy, but just having fun.
Yes, I love it. Miss Sushma, so Isis, aka Illmatic, asked me to ask you to check your DMs from Ice KC.
Definitely.
And she says that she's actually going to Goucher in the fall and wanted to know if you guys could talk about the social dynamics, how they work at Goucher.
Oh my God, congratulations, Poet. Oh my God, a go for one. Oh my
God. Social dynamics. I think we talk about this a lot, but I think with any college, Goucher included, you need to carve out your own space for yourself. It is a PWI, predominantly white institution, but there is a bunch of societies in place. There is a bunch of groups. We have a lot of organizations for different types of students. So you need to be for Goucher, you need to be able to seek them out. For us, we were a very tight-knit group, but we also, I think at least personally for me, I also still ventured out and made friends outside of my close-knit friend group. So I don't know if that answers the social dynamics. Maybe Sushma might be able to add on to that a little bit more.
That definitely does. And Angie over here is an outgoing introvert. She can really be a social butterfly when needed. And then she really goes into her own zone and you cannot do anything about it. She's like, please. And that's when you know you're getting comfortable with your friends, when they can say those things to you and you're cool with it. The social dynamic in a predominantly white institution can be a little bit daunting at times, because you go to a class and then you look around and you barely see anyone who looks like you. And depending on your major, your minor, the kind of classes you're taking, there will be some topics that will be very personal to you. And people will look at you as if they're looking for answers. And I'm just speaking about PWIs in general. Don't feel obliged that you have to share your experiences for others to learn. It is really, it can take a mental toll on you in those kind of situations. So definitely don't feel obliged. But at the same time, there are so many others like you, even if you do not like the same, they know how you feel, like you connect in a different way. As Angie was saying, there are so many groups on campus. We were part of International Student Association at Goucher, and it's not only open to international students. As I told you, I'm not a traditional international student. If you have any kind of ethnic background, you are welcome to join, and then you can make more friends. We have Black Student Association, we have Asian Student Association, we have South Asian Student Association, we have Women of Color Association. So there are so many different groups and organizations, but also just because you belong to a certain ethnic group or a minority group doesn't mean that you only have to seek out those kind of friends. Friends come in different size, forms, shapes, color, ethnicity, religion, and I think that's the beauty of having so many friends. Like I have Nepali friends, I have my lovelies. We call ourselves the Nakalis. Then I have my Latinx friends. So the dynamic will be a little bit different, but you're gonna learn so much about yourself, the process, and things gonna go very, very well.
Yes, I love that. Poet has a question for you, Miss Sushma. She says, how did it feel for you when your friend moved away to a whole nother country? I know.
Angela, do you hear this? You need to come back.
Exactly. You need to come back.
I tell her, and she's like, no, sister, she's planning to go to London instead.
Oh my gosh. No, you need to come back.
Exactly. Angie moved back to Rwanda, and some of my close friends, they live in DC, so it's actually only me in Maryland. But just because we are not next to each other doesn't mean that our friendship is gone. Like, we chat, we have Zoom meeting now because of the pandemic. We go out, sometimes out of the state, sometimes out of country. We travel together. We check in on all of us. FaceTime each other, post on Instagram, and we have our own ways to keep up with each other. And obviously, we also have our other friend groups we can rely on when times are difficult, and friends who are like, outside the country or out of state cannot be physically there for you, but they will always be spiritually within you. So always remember that.
Yes, I
sweet.
love that. I love that. Jada has a nice question here. She says, how do you keep your culture strong within yourself after coming here? That's a great question.
That is amazing question. It seems like a question a professor would ask in a
I
college.
know, right?
Okay, Jayla, I see you. Angie, would you like to take on that first?
Yes. I think for me specifically, when I came to the US for school, I was leaving behind my family, and I think I had conversations with my family and my friends that I was leaving behind. And I think the one thing that kept coming up was, don't forget where you've come from. Don't forget where you come from, right? Like, you're going to this new place, but know who you are. You can grow. Obviously, you can change and allow yourself to experience the things that you're going to experience there, but don't forget where you come from. And I think that's, for me, what helped ground me in my culture. And also, I was very involved in the International Student Association. I visited the Rwandan embassy a lot, which was in DC. Me and Sushma interned with the Center for Equity and Identity, which was a center that dealt with students like us who came from not the majority culture per se, right? So we made sure that we were involved in planning events that celebrated our cultures and where we come from. We made sure that we were part of the organizing teams, organizing conversations around cultural appropriation or appreciation. So we just made sure that we were active, and we were actively celebrating our cultures, but then also sharing it with the new communities that we were a part of.
Yeah. And for me, I see myself as a tree, right? I'm a tree, and my roots are deeply rooted in Nepal, in my culture. And as I am branching out, the branches are going everywhere, in different countries, in different spaces where I did not belong previously, in different spaces my ancestors never thought I would, or somebody from my background would be. So no matter where my branches will grow out, my roots are always there to remind me where I come from. And it is very important for me to remember my culture, my language, the norms and values I was raised with. Don't ever try to fit in a way that you forget your own identity. Your identity is your brand. And if you are ashamed of it, or if you do not embrace it, then you will not make it in life. You cannot always pretend to be someone else. When you are your authentic self, that's when you are really thriving.
Yes.
Yeah, so powerful, so powerful. Bree wants to know, is it hard being friends with so much distance between you?
Angie?
Yeah. I definitely think, yeah, it is hard. It is, I was already not the best person to I wasn't the best communicator over text when I was actually in the same space with them or on the same campus. And now I feel like it's amplified by the fact that there is a whole Atlantic Ocean between us. So it's definitely difficult, but we do make time when we need to make time. We've checked in, even amid, like during this pandemic, we've scheduled a call with all of us. We make sure we find ways to keep letting each other know that I'm still alive and I love you guys, whether it's sharing a meme in our group chats or, yeah, but it's definitely difficult. It is, we don't talk as much as we used to when we were on the same campus.
Yeah, our group is like, you know, one of those friends that you do not really always have to talk every single day. Hey, you know, I had avocado toast this morning. But, but when we meet, we click, we just start off where we left off. And, you know, it's totally amazing feeling. Last time when we were all back together, we stayed up till like 6 a.m. chatting about the randomest things. So yes, it can be difficult, but I always like to look at the positive side and the happiness my friends bring to me, you know, and just because they are physically distant doesn't mean that they are, you know, emotionally and spiritually distant from me.
Yeah, that's amazing. Jada wants to know about the food. So she says, did you enjoy trying new foods? And what was the first thing that you tried?
Angie.
I feel like both of us are picky eaters, Sushma, right?
Oh my God, we are. That's why I asked you to take that question.
Yeah, I'm a very picky eater, so it takes me a while to try new food. And Goucher had so many options of food for you, but I would always sometimes find myself grabbing a salad because it was like the thing that I recognized the most. But
A salad.
can you imagine leaves?
Girl, get back here so we can take you out, please.
Honestly, I think, yeah, I don't think I'm the right person to answer this question. I'm a very picky eater.
For me, I am definitely a picky eater as well, but food on campus and food in America is in general is good because it's combination of every single ethnic groups that is present here, be it Latino food, be it African food, be it African American food, you know, be it Italian food. On campus, we are a small community, so even our food is good. It kind of gets boring when you eat the same thing every single day, but that's when you go outside the campus, explore. There are so many different restaurants around you, and you always don't have to go to high-end restaurants. You know, even Chipotle trip with your friends after finals is amazing, you know, just saying. And the craziest thing I've ever tried. Whew, that's a very good question. I don't think I've tried anything crazy. I always play. I am not adventurous when it comes to food, and I really need to change that.
I can't even talk because I don't try new food either, but I like a good variety though, but I'm not eating nothing new.
But the thing is, we both love rice. You know, that's the foundation of our food, and you know, so rice, anything that has to do with rice, we love it.
Yeah, okay. I'm taking both of y'all out. Miss Angie, you come in here and we taking y'all out.
I'm coming back.
Some of the heartbeats gonna come with us and we're gonna make sure y'all eat good. Kamaya says, what is it like being long distance from home when you went away to school? Like, did you ever get homesick and how did you cope with that?
Oh yeah, I like that question. I definitely did get a very, very homesick. I would miss my family. I would miss being home. And also, my first language is not English. So the language that I converse in on a normal day-to-day basis is Kenyan. And sometimes obviously when I'm in the US, that's not the language I'm using. So I would miss that aspect, being comfortable in a language that I speak. yeah, and how I coped, I called my family all the time. I also had made a set of random friends who are also going to school in the US. So whenever I would feel like, okay, maybe the phone is not doing it for me, I would go visit my random friends and just like feel like, okay, I can speak in Yolanda finally. Yeah. So I called my family and visited friends.
Homesick is a very natural feeling, especially when you are going to college. A lot of us experience, not all, but a lot of us do. And when we do that, definitely, I definitely called my family, and I was very fortunate that I lived very close from my family. They were like 15 minutes away from me, but I still lived on campus, and I did go see them, from time to time. But also, if you are really far away from your family and cannot visit them, from time to time, seek out a close group of friends who are home to you. They will really bring comfort and familiarity with you. And it always doesn't have to be the same kind of friend group. It can be someone who is from your state, or somebody who really understands you. Homesick is a very natural feeling, so don't feel like dropping everything and going back, because it's just part of us, and it just makes us, it just makes the journey even more, I guess, fruitful, because you learn a lot about yourself, because you are growing older, as you get into college, you are becoming an adult, and you have to get used to the feeling that you're not always going to be with your family, but they will always be there for you. They're always one phone call away. So always remember that, and definitely make time to see them during breaks and stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome perspective. Kamaya has a good question about friends. I think you guys kind of answered it somewhat earlier, but she wants to know, like, how easy was it to find friends, and did you really want friends who understood your specific culture?
Mm.
That's a deep question.
That is.
Yeah.
Angie, would you like to take it first?
I can try. Yeah. How easy was it to find friends? I think for me, the first set of friends that I made were my roommates. I was placed in a triple. So it was the me, I and two other girls in one tiny room. So that in that sense, that was easy. Those were, and I feel like that's a common for a lot of people when they go to college. The first friends you make are your roommates. And then I don't think I was actively searching like, oh my God, I need to make 10 friends this week right now. So it wasn't that difficult. I think my friendships evolved organically as time went by. Was it important to me for me to make friends from my own culture? I had already convinced myself in my head that I was going to be, and I was for a while, I was going to be the only Rwandan student at Goucher. So that wasn't something that I was really thinking about actively. But I still, at least after experiencing the first week of college and seeing how different I was, yeah, I did want, even if it's not going to be a random student, I still did want to have people who are also foreign to be part of my friend group. Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I got so lost in what.
Yeah, I know, because her answer was so good. But no, she was basically saying, like, how easy was it to make friends, and did you really want friends who understood your specific culture?
Yes, it is very important, at least for me
Yeah.
to be friends with someone who understands my culture instead of questions it. Because if you question my culture, you are questioning me, and I would not approve of that. So it's very important to have friends who respect where you come from. And how easy was it to make friends? It actually is not as difficult as people make it so in like Netflix shows and stuff like that. And as Angie said, your first friend will always be your roommate. And in colleges, I used to be a student ambassador, and we will be going into jobs and balancing work life and school life shortly. And I used to tell them that you either gonna be best friend with your roommates or you not gonna room with him or her the next semester. There's no third way. It's one of those two. I'm joking, but I became very good friends with my roommate. When we were randomly assigned, we started talking to each other on Facebook, and then we met on person. And actually, our friend group is all because of, you know, word of mouth sort of thing. Like, I became best friend with my roommates, and I became friends with her friends, and she became friends with my friends. Like, Angela and I were friends, and then my roommate became friends with Angela, and then Angela's friends became our friends, and it's just like a snowball thing, because you know that when you meet someone who knows you, who you vibe with, their friend groups, you also gonna vibe with them. Not all, but you know, there are few that you will definitely vibe with. And also you can make friends while working, because you know, a lot of us will be working in colleges. You can make friends in classrooms, so you just don't have to have one group of friends. You can have different groups of friends for different situations. You know, somebody you can ask, hey, like, did you take a note on that math class, because I don't know what was going on. Then you need friends to go out with, you know, so it's not as difficult as some people make it seem. It will just
Love it.
naturally flow.
That is such great perspective. And thank you, Cam. She's getting all the questions that we might not get to ask, because that's how many questions y'all got
Oh
lined up.
wow, thank you.
Yeah, I know. They are loving this conversation. Y'all doing great. Ari says, would you say that because of the friends you made, that it made the college experience worth it?
Big time.
100%. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Lamar says, what are the biggest pros as well as cons when it comes to coming here?
Coming here as in,
That was just the end of his question, but uh, I'm assuming that he means, you know, like out of all the places in the world that you could have picked to go to school, like, you know, what were some of the pros and cons that you had to weigh before deciding, you know, on this place?
that's a great question. For me, I'm going to be super, super honest with you guys. The sole purpose of me picking the college I picked was because of scholarships.
Hey, yo, be real. That's real.
Sadly, I wasn't privileged to think through, you know, like other stuffs, because money was a huge factor into my college decision. So I picked the one that gave me the most money. And I'm not encouraging everyone to do that, but it was a way for me. It worked for me. I was definitely nervous going into a school that had another Nepali person. But you know, it worked out well. I made so many amazing friends. I made so many great professors that I'm still in touch with. I made so amazing staff who work at Goucher, you know, from dining staffs to like housekeeping staffs to librarians. And pros, yeah, it's very important to do pros and cons. And for me, as I said, it was mostly money factor, but you can also look into the kind of surrounding you will be in while picking colleges. You know, is it a small town, is it a big city, is it in the countryside, and also what kind of the student body, you know, how diverse it is in terms of sexuality or race and ethnicity, gender wise. And there are various ways to go about with it. Angie, if you'd like to add anything else.
Pros. I would say money also was kind of a factor for me, but to be honest though, it was also not really. It was the only school I applied for, Goucher. Yeah. And I was so lucky that I did get a scholarship from them. But also the biggest reason I applied to them was for their study abroad program. Yes. I applied for, because it was compulsory. If you're a Goucher student, you have to study in another country other than the US. And I wanted that experience. So, and I was at the stage in my life where I wasn't so sure what I wanted to do with my life, major-wise. And if I had gone to a big research university, it wouldn't have been as easy for me to partake in different departments and figure out what I actually wanted to do with my life. I got an amazing interdisciplinary academic experience that I wouldn't have gotten at most other universities. And I think those were my pros. Cons, I think my cons to the place that I came to, I don't think it's a con, but it's something that I always wonder about, is what would have happened if I had actually considered other universities other than just putting all my eggs in one basket, which might have worked out. I wouldn't say do it. I honestly, when people ask me like, should I do the same thing you did? I say, no, please never do that. That's a very risky move. Yeah.
Wow. And you know what? That's a great segue to this next question, because Ilmatic has a great question. And it says, as minorities, how do you feel your life would have changed if you would have went to an HBCU instead of a PWI? That is an amazing question.
Yeah. Maybe that should have been part of my cons. I wish I had gone to an HBCU.
You did?
Kind of, yeah. I feel like I would have liked that experience. But I don't know, I don't have anything to compare it with, to be honest. I have gone to school all my life in predominantly Black spaces because I'm in Rwanda. But I'm not going to delude myself that it would have been the same experience if I had gone to an HBCU in the US. I think I would have been nice for a change to not be the minority student in class, or when they're talking about race or talking about like race issues, then they turn to you like, so Angela, what do you think? Yeah.
That's real. That's real. What about you, Miss Sushma?
For me, I think no matter which school I go to, I'll always be a minority. I don't have a choice. I think in high school, I just, I just told myself no matter where I go, I'm always going to be like a minority. It doesn't matter a PWI and HBCU, but it would have definitely be a different experience had I chosen a college which was more ethnically diverse, not just racially. I don't know, maybe life would have been different. Maybe I would have I think I never like to dwell on things that says what could have happened instead of just focusing on what has happened. If it wasn't for the journey that I chose, I wouldn't be here, chatting with Miss Joni and Angie about friendships with you guys. So instead of focusing on the past, like, what would have happened, I'm just focusing on present. It was a beautiful journey. I loved my experience here. I met amazing people and I'm here now. But I would definitely recommend everybody to apply to all kinds of colleges. Do not limit yourself to just one. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. And Miss Sushma, did you go to high school in Towson?
Yes, I'm
You
a
did?
Towson alumni.
Okay.
Go Tigers!
Oh my gosh. That's cool. Poet says, what do you do when you have that feeling of being alone without your friends?
That is a difficult question for me to ask personally because I never feel that way. And I feel I'm extremely lucky to feel that way. Angie and I both are actually quite introverts, so we are not always like with our friends like, hey, let's go, blah, 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 this and that. We really like to have our own space. So we honor that space whenever we are alone. And I never feel like I don't have, like, the feeling that you just described, because like I know there are people who care for me, and when I need, I definitely have a number to call.
Yeah. And I think maybe he might have meant lonely, which Sushma is right. I love my space. Even when I love to take some time alone by myself. But if it's being lonely and your friends are not around, I think calling people is how I usually go about it. If I feel lonely, I'll try to reach out to some of my friends. If not, I don't think I've ever been so lonely and my friends just are not there for me.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood the question. Feeling lonely is very natural. We really need to normalize that feeling. It's, you know, even if you are in a very happy relationship, if you have your boo, you have a loving family, you have an amazing group of friends that you love to hang out with, there will be moments when you feel lonely. And I think it is extremely important for us and as an individual to feel at ease when that happens. We do not always need to be with someone. But obviously there are moments when you really feel like you want somebody's embrace and they might not be there with you. Maybe watch a show that is very comforting to you, or maybe watch photos or videos of your friends and families when you had amazing time together. Maybe read a book that brings pleasant memories back. You know, when there might not be people around you, there are objects that will be very comforting to you.
Yeah. And I think we used to tell this to one of our friends, like, I think for all of us adults, young adults, it's important for us to learn how to be alone, like to be on your own and not be lonely. Yeah. So your friends are not always going to be physically there, or even on their phones. They're not required to always be available every single time you need them to be available. So I think one of the things that I would encourage anyone is to learn how to be alone and not be lonely.
Yes, I love that. And those are great strategies. Thank you guys so much. Poet over here yelling at me, talking about I'm skipping over her questions.
Oh.
Every day you say I skip over your questions, and every day you wrong. Like, yo, look at how I'm asking the questions in order. So I just asked your question, your first one. I'm about to ask your second one. You not being skipped. Nobody ever gets skipped, yo. Don't play me like that. She says her next question, her follow-up is, how do y'all do holidays and special days for your culture together or communicate about it?
Sushma, I feel like you have more culturally significant holidays than I do.
Angie is Christian, so it's same, like, right, Christmas and all that stuff for you?
Yes, the only thing that I can think of is it's not technically a holiday, but it's a memorial week for the Rwandan genocide. So I feel like that's one thing that would be specific to Rwanda. But most of the other things are Christmas. We don't even do Thanksgiving. So Christmas, New Year's.
You don't do Thanksgiving?
Oh no, we don't.
That's an American thing, American and Canadian thing, Miss Joni. Just saying.
Yeah. We don't even do Halloween. We don't do Halloween.
I know. Forget Halloween, but I need my plate.
Yeah, so I feel like Sushma should take this one.
Yeah, for me, I go back home. As a Nepali person, we have so many holidays. And it's always good to go back home, wear our traditional clothes, eat amazing food, and just like spend time and all of that good stuff. But also for a lot of ethnic groups on campus or international students on campus who do not have the opportunity to just go home during holidays, schools actually organize events for you to celebrate those holidays. And International Night was actually one of those events that Angie, I, and one of our friends co-hosted, where we would bring different ethnic groups of students on campus, and they would wear their beautiful attires, and we would used to have a fashion show, and like people would perform in their songs and dances, and we brought foods from different cultures, from African culture, Asian culture, Caribbean culture, Latino culture. It was just a celebration of different cultures all together. And we used to also host festivals of different religions, be it Diwali or Eid. So there are those events on campus for students who belong to different cultures and want to celebrate.
That is awesome. I love that. Angel wants to know, how do you guys manage to stay friends for such a long time?
Oh my, I don't even feel like it's that long. Hopefully this stays on. But yeah.
You better not be me.
Yeah, no, again, no, not constant, consistent communication. We celebrate each other all the time. When something great happens in Sushma's life, they make sure that I know, even though I don't know what things that they're doing, but they make sure that I know, okay, this is what just happened. And we celebrate each other's wins. If something happens in my life, I'll let them know, oh my God, guys, this is what just happened. So I think we try to, as much as we can, be aware of what the going on of our lives. Yeah, that's from my side.
How have we, I don't know. It just has, it is what it is. I hate to say it, but
it is what it is.
we vibe with each other. We understand each other so well that it has never come a moment when we have questioned our friendship or how we should continue it. And I think, as Angie said and as Miss Joni says, consistency is key. So just, don't go like MIA for a year and just expect your friends to be like, hey, what's up? It's going to be difficult. So be consistent, communicating with each other, having good times when you are together, be it virtually or in person. And for us, luckily, we have not been in those phases for like none of our friend groups that we started questioning, oh, how are we going to continue our friendship? We have already planned how we're going to be bridesmaids on each other's weddings. So all the way to
that. Don't tell people that, Sushma.
Just been real.
I love it. I love it. Karen wants to know, did you guys ever study abroad? And if you did, where at? Where did you study?
We did. I studied in Paris.
Paris.
Yes.
Miss Angie, I'm coming with you, yo. You're traveling.
Oh yes, I did. It was an amazing experience, and I want to go back right now. It was great. Yeah.
See, fans.
Yes, she is, and I'm trying to get on that train.
Oh my God. Wait, what was it? Was there a second part?
Huh?
No, she was just asking, have you ever, and if you did, where?
Oh, okay.
But you also visited like other countries in Europe, Angie.
Oh, yeah. Actually, what made what made the experience so amazing when we were studying abroad? I studied abroad with our other friends too, Barbara and Bernie. And what made the study abroad experience in Paris so great is that it was so cheap to go to other countries. So we got to visit the Czech Republic, and I think we went to Barcelona, and we went to Marseille. Yeah, so we got to visit other cities, which was so fun.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Call me next time. Text me. I'm gonna meet y'all there. What about you, Miss Sushma?
I really wanted to be in that trip, but I couldn't. I was so heartbroken because all three of them were there in Europe studying abroad during same semester, and I was back in college by myself. Like, oh my God, I want to be there. But I studied the next semester when they were back. I studied abroad in New Zealand. And it was an amazing time there. I traveled, I would say, pretty much the entire New Zealand, and it was amazing experience. I love that country, and I understand why it is the most beautiful country in the world. And I actually also had privilege of going to Australia when I was studying abroad in New Zealand. It was amazing.
Wow. I love everything about this. And our time is running so short, but we still have a lot of amazing questions. I know we're not going to get to ask all of them, but I at least want to ask two more because they're important. Andrew wants to know, did anyone ever judge you at Goucher? Did you ever feel judged?
I think this would speak more to my own hyper awareness of how different I was. So like it might just have been my insecurity talking, and maybe not people being people judging me per se, but there's times in class where I feel like people weren't understanding my accent. I've spoken English all my life, but then when I'm speaking in class, it would just feel like I'm being made to repeat the things a lot more. But then as I got older at Goucher, I guess I started to understand it a little bit more, being like it is a different accent than they're used to. So hence it's taking them to process what I'm saying a lot longer. But at that time, it used to annoy me a lot. Yeah.
Wow.
For me, nobody came up to me and judged me like, right to my face. But obviously, you have those moments of doubts when you feel like people are judging you. And I think it's not only in Goucher, it's actually everywhere and anywhere, be it in a school, in a college surrounding, at a workplace. You feel like you've been judged in the way you dress, or maybe the way you speak, or the kind of music you listen to, or like the kind of food you choose to eat. And that's none of their business. You live you be you. Just block that out. Yeah, that's how I take it.
I know that's right. Poet says, did you face any racism or doubt due to your race? That's a deep question.
Ooh, yes, I did. And I have faced racism in America in general, and be it mine in school or in college. And most of the times it's subtle racism, and sometimes you feel like you want to give them an answer and teach them a lesson, but sometimes it's just like so exhausting that you just like ignore it. But yeah, I think it is a sad reality that no matter where you go, because of your identity, your racial or ethnic identity, even your sexuality or gender identity, you will be profiled, stereotyped, and don't let those moments break you down. They're just gonna make you even stronger, like a phoenix rise from the ashes.
Yes.
I like that you use the phoenix. My Harry Potter nerd is coming out. Anyways, I think for me, I ditto what Sushma just said. Mostly microaggressions though, for when it comes to the Goucher campus. The first like explicitly racist event that happened to me was out off campus in France, and I was called the N-word. That had never happened to me before ever in my life. But when it comes to on campus, surprisingly, or not even surprisingly, fortunately, it was microaggressions, but no one was directly racist towards me, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, look, I told a small little lie. I'm sorry. I got to sneak this last question in. Only because it's relevant to so many heartbeats right now. And it's an important question from Cam. She says, what advice would you give to friends who are in arguments right now? Like, what advice would you give them to fix it? Thank you for that question, Cam. That is a much needed question.
Angie?
Yeah, this is me trying to remember a time where we argued and how we dealt with it. But I don't think our friend group was very good at arguing for a very long time. And I think that helped us a lot. So for me, when I'm in an argument with people that I care about, my impulse is to pull back and just like not talk to anyone and just give everybody the silent treatment, go in my room. But my friends are terrible at letting me do that. So so whenever I would just like get mad or annoyed at something that happened, I think the understanding, we never actually explicitly talked about it, but the understanding was, we're not going to sleep on this, we're going to talk about this, and we will hash it out. So, and also so making sure you're communicating about why you're angry, why you're annoyed, before it boils over and it just ruins your relationship. Yeah.
Absolutely, ditto there. If things are not working out, sit down and talk about it instead of just ignoring it. I know it can be difficult and maybe awkward to face that situation, face that problem, but I'll be like, Angie, we gotta talk.
Yeah.
And we talk.
Yeah.
And then we make up.
Yeah.
So definitely communicate. Just don't let it sit there and make a small thing into like, there's a proverb I forgot, but making a pin out of like a mountain out of a pin or something like that. Just don't make it grow, just talk about it and sort it out.
Yeah.
Yes. And if you guys had to leave us with a jewel, what jewel would you leave us with? We ask everybody that.
Sushma, do you want to take this first as I think about mine?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, have a quote that I want to share as my jewel. There are friendships imprinted in our hearts that will never be diminished by time and distance. And that's how I define my friendship with Angie and my group, because we are distant, but not really distant. And it's imprinted in our hearts, and it will never be questioned by the distance we have.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, mine is not gonna be that great, but I think mine is almost like a mantra or a motto, a life motto that I go by, and it's don't be afraid of change and don't be afraid to be uncomfortable.
Yes, I love it. Thank you guys so much. We really did not have enough time for this conversation, but I'm forever thankful for your time and for sharing your experiences. Like, this was so good.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
And thank you, Angela, for joining us from Rwanda.
Yes, we got to get you back. We got to get you back. You are. Yes, I love it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank y'all. Have a great rest of the day.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Y'all, wasn't that great, y'all? Wasn't that just an amazing conversation, y'all? I love it. I love it. I love it. We're going to have to take a trip to Rwanda. We were actually talking about that. If y'all remember, before Rona happened, a few Thriving Thursdays back, we were talking about creating a situation where we take a trip to Africa and do like a service project. So we got to get on Dr. Mo with that, because she was going to help us lead that. But like, yo, that was so great, y'all. And yes, yo, somebody get Poet under control. It's talking about someone skipping over her questions. Anybody skip over her questions? Miss Money Mo.
Hey y'all.
What's up, man?
Nothing. We back.
Yo, we love it when you come back. Yo, we just had a power conversation with Miss Angie and Miss Sushma. It was all the way everything.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know she was in Rwanda. I was like, oh man.
Yes, yo. Yes, yo. Ooh. I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's get everybody up in here. I'm going to slide out on y'all at 12:30 though. So when y'all see me, when y'all see my screen just go blank, don't look for me. I'm out.
Y'all know this is crouchy time right here. 12 o'clock. This is crouchy time. So
yo, y'all, that word just sound like it stink. I don't like that word.
That's the word people use though.
I know, but it just sounds like it stink.
Okay,
good morning.
You can say it. Hey, Miss Ariel. Am I saying that right?
Ariel.
Ariel, how you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Good. I can't complain.
Good.
I'm blessed. I thought I had somebody else on here, but
maybe
I don't see.
We're low-key aunties when it comes to so you gotta excuse it. It's probably my girl Cece.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was but it went away. Okay. So hopefully she coming back on, y'all.
Oh man.
Yo, they loving you in the afternoon, Miss Simone. They ain't used to seeing you in the afternoon, yo.
Oh, but y'all got me at my lunch break. I'm gonna sip this good water.
I know that's right. Look, when I slide out on y'all at 12:30, don't look for me.
We not all right. Well, no, we will be looking for you.
I gotta go make a couple of dollars.
At least you told us and didn't just slip up out of here.
I mean, you knew for weeks.
That may not be a lie. Yes. Yes, I might have known that. Yeah. Hi, Miss Ariel, you said?
Mm-hmm.
How are you today?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for coming on today.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yes, I'm loving that
For
background.
Simone. Thank you.
Look like a steak on the table.
Give this Jody some food, y'all, because she was
I
talking
know,
about
yeah.
food on the last session.
That's because they had a question about food. You know, Miss Angie was in Rwanda. She was talking to us from Rwanda. Like, it was so cool.
It was
Well,
really
that was so nice to see. I was like, wow, I am ready to take a trip.
Yo, we going. Remember, Dr. Mo was going to put the trip to Africa together, the service trip. We going. We got to get rid of
That's awesome.
Rona.
Yeah, I was gonna say, give me a couple of months and I'll go with y'all. Just give me like a few months because I'm not going right now. I am not going anywhere right now.
Oh, man. Here we go. Here go Miss C.
Hey, see?
Hey, C.
Hey, C.
Hey, everybody.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
Do you have the meeting password? Yeah.
No.
Somewhere.
It's
Yeah.
the password? You talking to me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Simone. So Nakira can get on too. She said she needs the meeting password.
Yeah.
You sure? The link don't
It
work?
didn't, yeah, it didn't ask us for a password.
It shouldn't. I got that option off.
She probably got on too early, like me.
Well, yes. But no, but I saw y'all waiting. I didn't see anybody else waiting though.
Tell her come out, Simone, like come out of the app completely and then hit the link again and it should let her in.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah.
Kira, it wasn't a password. She said come out and then click the link again.
Okay, let me see.
Hey, she on the phone.
Get it right.
Hey, hey.
It
This
should
how you know the
try it again
conversation
and
gonna be
let us
fire.
know.
The devil working, man.
Mhm.
I was gonna say the devil be busy.
The devil is working. That's how you know it's about to be fire.
You're fine.
Right?
Oh, I'm so excited. I cannot believe this. We are here.
Yeah. Tell the devil to let her internet go. There we go. Here she go, Kara.
Hey,
Yeah.
Kira.
Hey, Kira girl.
almost.
Uh-oh.
Right.
Hey, Kara.
It's coming. It's coming. Needs a new phone. All right, okay. Kara, can you hear us?
Oh my gosh.
You better not spill out that drink.
I was gonna say don't drink aloud on
Don't drink right now.
Sierra is good for a cough joke.
Don't cough on this.
Hey.
We're gonna talk about you. Don't do it.
Kara?
Being my authentic self.
You have 2 coughs.
Okay,
The
here
third
I
one you have to
am.
go.
Yeah.
Hey, Kira girl.
Hey, girl.
Hey.
Looking like you just got off the runway. What's up?
You know, I try.
It's funny you say that, Miss Joni, because Kara really is the model.
I can tell. She got models all over. You know, you can tell. Like, yeah.
Oh, this is great.
Where's Simone? Oh, I see you, Simone. Hey.
Get here.
Yeah. So who gonna help us with these introductions?
Yes, who wants to go first?
Simone.
Right.
They know me.
Everybody know her.
They
Yo,
know me.
yeah, everybody know her. We got all these kids watching. They know Money Mo. They know Miss Simone.
Money Mo.
That's what they call her. You ain't know?
We love it.
That's a new one. I love it.
This is good.
Kara, that's not me. That's Morgan.
Oh,
It's okay. It's all right. It still works. It still works.
Oh, you don't want to know what they call Miss Simone.
I was like, what do they call
Freeze face. Don't act like you don't know. Don't act like-
Well, what they call you?
What they call you, Simone?
freeze face? Because the internet
Our internet being the ghetto on the regular.
It was really bad one day. It got me. And y'all know I'm very expressive. I was like, they have all the screenshots.
Yeah.
All
Did you see the picture I sent you this morning? They screenshotted you. They making a new meme.
We got to go to the introductions.
Miss Ariel, they want you to go first.
Perfect. Sounds good. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Ariel LaBeouf. I met Simone at Spelman, like the other two. I'm currently a kindergarten teacher here in Houston. I was a Teach for America. That's how I started teaching right after college.
CC.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sierra. I'm from Buffalo, New York. I met Simone at Spelman as well. I am a mental health worker, and yeah.
Okay, I'm next. Hi, guys. My name is Nikira. I'm from Queens, New York. I also met Simone and everyone else at Spelman. I work for a dental company here in New York. And yeah, let's get this meeting started.
Yeah.
Started.
All right, all right.
All
Yeah, I'm
right.
so mad I gotta leave y'all early. This might be fun. Miss Simone, go ahead, because I'm bad.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad. So starting off, how did all of y'all meet? How did all of y'all connect?
Go ahead, Sierra.
The easiest way to say it is that we all stayed in the same dorm for college. We all stayed on the same floor. Simone's dorm was right next to mine, or her room was right next to mine. Ariel and Nikira was roommates. And then me and Nikira's last names are like the same. So every orientation class, we would always have the same class. And then Ariel would wait for her. And then we would just like eat lunch together and mutual interests. That's the modified version.
Yeah.
Right.
And one.
Anybody else?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Ooh. Said anybody else?
Oh, I thought y'all were going to say something.
Oh no, I
Oh.
was just waiting for everybody else to like add on to what Miss C said.
Well, yeah, what Sierra said, me and Kira were roommates. So because we didn't know anyone at the time, I was like, I gotta find my roommate at all costs. So after every like orientation session, we would literally find each other, and then the other two would kind of just
Be there.
because we didn't know anyone. We really like started being friends because we lived in the same dorm, but it evolved to like us really liking each other. So we continued to be friends even after that like orientation period.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say the same thing. I guess I can give y'all the real. Me and Errol started talking before we moved there, because we already knew our roommates. And so yeah, like Errol said, I was like, this is my only friend, so I have to find her at all times. My mom left me here. I can't be by myself. So I'm like, let me find my roommate. And then Simone was just always in my same orientation classes along with C. And then me and C was the same major. So it just worked that we all lived on the same floor.
Mhm.
Yeah, we always in the same dorm and we always had lunch together, like always.
Get at the meeting spot, ladies.
Yeah, the meeting
Right.
spot was definitely the cafeteria.
Absolutely. It was like family dinner. And they always love to say, I was just like, you know, because I don't mind. I'm like, hey guys, how you doing? Smiling. And they're like, who is this girl saying hi to us? Like, I was like, you know, you need to speak to people when you walk in the door. So it just happened kind of naturally. And like, we kind of had a big group, like everybody would just be hanging out, kind of like you said earlier, Miss Mo, like the whole ground floor of our dorm. And then you just find the people and you click and connect. So once I think it was like everyone used to be in the hair room. And so one night, everyone left the hair room and it was just us four.
Yeah.
Eric
Yeah.
and Kira already knew each other really tight because they're roommates. Me and C live right next to each other because we were just like talking. We were right next to each other. Sierra, like, we clicked because we like the same thing. So it was just the four of us one time in the hair room, and we were just talking all night, and it was so funny because we were like, wow, this is really nice, like we all want to be friends. And Aaron was like, I thought we already were friends. Like there was a few little things where we were like, wait, this, that, this, and then we clicked. And
Yeah. Yes, I love it. I love it. Yeah, I know the questions are already starting. Specifically actually for Miss Ariel. Cam, one of our heartbeats, she said, do you ever get irritated by the kids?
Oh, every day. In full transparency, every day. But I really enjoy what I do. And I'm like one of those people who's pretty patient. I treat like my kindergartners like they're adults almost, but also I remember that like they're humans. And I was fortunate to always have really great teachers growing up. So I try to embody those things when I'm teaching 5-year-olds because they have a lot to say and they're growing and they're learning how to like be humans and take life skills beyond just the 5 minutes that I might be talking to them, because that's their attention span. But they definitely get on my nerves every day. I'd be lying if I said it was all like super fun and we just color and hang. Like it's a lot of work, but I enjoy it. And I think kids deserve really good education. So I try to keep that in mind when they're like,
Come on, kindergarten teacher. We love
Yeah.
We do love it. We do. Question from Jada. Jada said, how did Spelman shape your friendship?
Oof.
that's a good one.
That is, when I say I am forever indebted to Spelman for our friendship, truly I am forever indebted. Like I'll give my all just because I met these beautiful ladies. For me, being the youngest and the only girl in my family, meeting girls that like instantly become your sister was like a whole new world for me. I was like very like, okay, these girls are doing too much. They always want to talk. They always want to hang out. Like this is a lot, but it really just, you can't help but just accept all that love that everyone gives you as Spelman. And when I say these girls have been here for everything, like since day 2 of moving day, truly, I really mean it. Yeah.
I think also because we went to an institution like Spelman and we were like developing our thinking and shifting our ideas of like what we wanted the world to be like, this was good because we were able to be ourselves and be like really authentic and also be able to like be honest and transparent of like what we wanted out of life. Because you know when you're younger and you have friends, it's cool because it's like, oh, we go to the same school or maybe we play the same sport or we live in the same neighborhood. Like we literally came from so many different parts of the world that Spelman gave us this opportunity to be ourselves and build the most authentic relationships with girls we never met before.
Yeah. I never, when I went to school, I was just like, friend wasn't even like on my mind to me. Like I remember just being in orientation and I wasn't even thinking about, oh, I'm gonna be her friend. I'm gonna be her friend. But I was just so happy. Like I was telling all my family back home, like it may have been like 3 days in and I'm like, y'all, I found friends that prayed, that go to church, that turn that's smart, like going crazy. It was like, oh my God, really? I'm like, yeah, I just knew from like the beginning. So oh, Spelman, very grateful.
Yeah.
And I think it gave us like a really good opportunity, like everybody said, just like, so I remember when I got this, I was like, all the sisterhood stuff, I wish they would calm down. Like, I'm not trying to do all the hustle and bustle. Like, it's cute, but like, relax. Because some people had like lineage of people going to Spelman. So you could tell those girls, they were ready. They're like, we're going to be sisters, we're going to be friends. And I feel like all of us were kind of just like, we just want to get a good education. We gonna figure this out. And it was the fact that, like during Spelman's first like week, first 10 days, they call it new student or, and you cannot leave the campus. Like you are forced to stay on the campus. You learn the Spelman hymn, you learn the history of the school. They let you like take different majors, like if you're interested in different majors, so that you know how C and Cure met, just different ways for you to bond. And it was like a 10-day girls sleepover. And like Eris, you really get to be yourself. So I really appreciated like not even trying to, but I didn't have to be like, we're gonna be friends because we're black. It's gonna be, we're all black, we're all smart. Now we can get that out of the way. And I want to be your friend because you're just a bomb person and we have similar interests. And we got waking up at 10 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock at night to learn the Spelman hymn together. So it's just those kind of bonds.
Doors being banged down.
We were like, nobody's teeth are brushed. No,
teeth are brushed.
everyone's bonnet is on.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Love the bonnet and the scarf.
They were banging on y'all doors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I didn't know all of that was doing that. I thought
Homework and everything. We used to do our homework on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All during student orientation. This is not even school yet.
Right.
wow, that's I just very just excited by that, but also surprised by that because I haven't heard about any type of experience like that before where they like immerse you in like the school's history and all of that. Like that's
yeah.
that's real cool. I like that. Bree, hey Bree said, what were all of y'all majors?
Mine was biology.
I also was biology.
I was political science and I have a minor in Spanish.
And then I majored in psychology and minored in public health.
Got you. So how were all of your programs and like what made y'all choose those particular majors?
Well, I wanted to go into Spelman being a biology major, but like I said, during new student orientation, Dr. Lee, one of our favorite professors, because he's just a very smart and good looking man, but he was like, he told everybody who was interested in being a bio major, like, look, y'all, if you don't want to do this, it's really okay, because the doors were packed, girls couldn't sit down on the floor, like everybody wants to be a biology major in the beginning, but only the strong survive. Shout out to Karen.
Recommended.
And so when he said that, he was like, you can still be a doctor and not have to do this. I was like, thank you, Jesus. Let me pack my bag, get my bag, crowded auditorium, and go to the psychology major. And it really like fit my person. I took AP Psych in high school. It fit my personality. And then they had opportunities to do research. So I got involved in this organization called the RISE program, where you do research, and it introduced me to public health. Morehouse had a public health like minor, so I took my minor at Morehouse, did my major at Spelman, and it was good.
I chose political science because I went into Spelman undecided. So I was like, I knew I wanted to be a lawyer one day, but I was like, I need the easiest route. So I was like, I'm just going to decide, let somebody decide for me. And then they were like, oh, you can be an English major, but I knew I didn't want to write all those papers. So I was like, okay, what's another option? So political science was like the next best thing because I could do all these government things, which I'm interested in, but I didn't have to write as much. So I was like, that sounds good. And when I was in high school, I was in a magnet program, but I failed Spanish. So I had like twice as much Spanish as everyone else. But having that much Spanish, I loved it so much. So after Spelman was like, hey, you need to take a requirement, I was getting A's in those classes. So the head of the department was like, hey, why don't you just minor in it? Because obviously you're doing it well enough. So I was like, I'm good at it. Might as well pick it up as a minor. So I ended up doing that. But it was literally, I'm not going to lie, I was trying to take the easiest route, but it worked out because I still got to do the things that I was passionate about and getting that degree and then that minor as well.
Okay, I chose I would say no, my favorite subject has always been math. It truly has always been like numbers. But once I got to Spelman and I saw that you had to write papers in math by your third year, I was like, oh no, 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 no. I'm trying to avoid the papers, not bring them on. So I was like, the next best thing is science because I love hands-on stuff. I always was interested in being a dentist. That was like my main thing. And just noticing like how much, Black people don't have a chance to go to the dentist, don't have the access to it. That was really my goal of trying to change that and learn more. So once I did biology and got through all those chemistry and physics classes,
It's work. Sorry.
I was like, okay, this is gonna be good. And then to be honest, Simone's public health background also inspired me too, because I'm like, okay, I can turn this into something too. And then we started working for the CDC program in the summer, and it just opened up so many doors to like what your major is beyond the classroom. So yeah, I definitely stuck with biology and I wouldn't change it.
Yeah, so I did bio because I originally wanted to be a doctor. And once I decided I didn't want to really do that anymore, it was just too late to change my major. I'm just like, bio was hard. That was a hard major. But yeah, like the CDC program and then Simone being with public health was like another outlet. Like I didn't know I could do all of that stuff even with a biology degree. And you could also, like she said, be a doctor without it. Like I could have majored in women's studies. I probably should have did that.
Right. Yeah.
But must be important. Yeah, so when I finished school, I said I still guessed I wanted to be a doctor, but I was going to take another route because I know I wasn't mentally ready for medical school. So I said I'll do the NPH MD, and then I just completely threw off the MD and just did the NPH. So I got this master's of public health, but I'm still, I guess I'm in my field, but not like I want to be. So
your mind will definitely change a lot throughout the 4 years. Honestly, it'll change a lot throughout freshman year, probably even that first semester, because it's so many influences around you. You start to open up your mind to other topics than just the basic science, math, social studies, English. It's just so much. Like I took French in high school for 4 years, and I was able to help Simone with her Spanish homework and vice versa. Like we was literally always there for each other, no matter our majors, no matter what homework we had. If it was different, I would sit down and still like learn about what my friends were learning. And that was also helpful too.
Round table. It was only 4
Yeah.
Table. Everyone get your seat.
I love it. I love it. Thank y'all for giving like your specific answers. Y'all know this is how it's been going all day, y'all. So it's a bunch of questions, a bunch of comments, and everything like that. So they're gonna be captioned. If we don't get to all of them, then we'll send them and share them with you. And they want all of y'all Instagrams if you feel comfortable sharing. I know. Listen. Only for professional reasons, okay? Only for professional reasons. What we're not gonna do. not what we're not gonna do. But yeah, if y'all feel comfortable, and if it's for a professional reason, heartbeat for networking reasons, then maybe. Another teaching kind of question, 2-part question. How is Corona impacting your teaching, and how is it not being around your kids right now?
So like most of the country, we moved to virtual platforms. It's very difficult for me as a kindergarten teacher because students are not nearly as independent as they are in like upper grades. So part of me feels like, oh, I'm not doing enough, but I also do things like these Zoom calls with my kids. So I still get that interaction. I do like fun ones where we do guided drawing. And then I also do like more serious ones where we do guided reading. So they're literally reading from my screen and we're doing the same procedure as we would if we were in the classroom. But it's definitely difficult because they are such hands-on learners at that age that I'm like, I wish we could just go to the park and sit like 6 feet apart from each other. And I wish I could like hug y'all, because I know parents are realizing now, like, wow, y'all do way more than what we thought. I'm like, yes, we do. We test and we have data, and I have to align instruction, but it's definitely difficult. But I'm fortunate enough to work with students that are also really exciting about learning. So even though we're not face to face, they're still getting a kick out of it. Like I have this little girl, Bethany. Bethany's like, oh my gosh, I loved your science lesson. When you open the fridge to show us push and pull, can you do that again next week? I'm like, you already saw my fridge. Do it again. But they love stuff like that. So it's still beneficial. It still works. And I still enjoy it. But if I could go back to the classroom, I would run.
Nice. Thank you for answering that. That was I merged 2 questions. So that was from Cam and Jada. What, and this is another one from Jada, what were y'all skeptical about going into an all-girls college?
Everything. All girls, period. It was just like, huh?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Like living with girls is tough. It's And like I said, I was the only child. Like I have 4 older brothers, but I never, they were all out of the house by the time, I actually grew up. But to go away to school with all girls, it was interesting. But once you got there, the beauty of it, just to see all these different Black women around you, it's just like, wow, like I could sit out on campus all day and just stare. Like it was just amazing because it was always somebody getting their work done, just enjoying it, being artistic on campus. Like you could just truly be yourself. And once I went into the cafeteria and so people still had their bonnets and scarves on, like enjoying lunch, and you don't have to worry about people judging you. Like, oh gosh, it was amazing. It was truly amazing.
Yeah. I think, go see. Sorry.
I was gonna say I think what did they call that they had in April where we got to visit?
Spellbound.
So
yeah.
So I think that helped that they had that program where you could kind of see for a couple of days what the campus is like, what the girls are like. That helped. And then living situations, that just always threw me for a loop. Like I hated the dorm. If it was anything that I wouldn't say skeptical, but the dorms, but I guess that's inevitable. I mean, it is what it is. But I wasn't, as long as your school got like something where you could kind of see what's going on before you get there, I wasn't worried about our girls.
Yeah, I think I was most skeptical of like not being good enough, because I went from like class president and varsity lettering and yearbook editor in high school to now all these Black girls doing the same things. Like they all, I'm like, oh, this is it. I don't know if I'm gonna make it, because they all are popping too. But I quickly realized like they're popping all in their own right, and it doesn't take away from anything I have going on. So still be lit, and they could still be lit, and we're still gonna go to Spelman, and we're highly regarded no matter who looked at our school. So it was less about like me feeling inadequate, about like me realizing like this is not a competition. We can all actually win.
Right.
Yeah.
And y'all just hit it so well. I'm trying to keep it together because I'm just having flashbacks. Like even the Spellbound experience that Sierra is talking about, like that's like your first 2 like introduction, and like you spend the night and they pair you with the older Spelman girl. And I remember before going, I was like, I don't know, it's a lot of girls, all Black. What are we gonna do? This is just gonna be different. After Spelman curates an experience, especially for you. Like when you go there, you feel like it's your birthday. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what the? Oh, sign me up, like Sierra said, because I'm like, it was made for me. Everything is, you are a queen, you are a powerful woman, you are this, you are that. everything is like done in order and prestige. So you just feel like you are valued, like it's your birthday party. And then like they said, you get to spend the night. And I remember I spent the night with my spellbound sister, whatever, and everyone treats you like their little sister. And it was like we were all talking, and everyone's like, okay, let's put on our PJs, and then we'll come back out and finish talking. And like I remember going to other camps or something. I'm like, should I put my bonnet on, my scarf on? Because I don't want these girls asking me what is on my head. Like I'm gonna put it in a little ponytail. We're gonna keep it going. But then the girl who was also like a new student, she put hers on. I said, oh baby, let me put this scarf on. We put our scarves on. We were talking. We didn't skip a beat. And I was like, I need to be here. There are girls with leggings and bonnets, but be like Ariel said, like class president. They can like give you a debate speech and then be like down the street partying and just getting it all.
That's a fact.
Yes. Yes.
Talk about balance. Them stuff a
And
woman
that,
know.
I think that too is what also like drew me to Spelman, because I was like, okay, all these women are just bad. Like they are just amazing in everything that they do, like just smart. But at the end of the day, like we kept it real with you. They gave you the rundown of everything. No one was ever afraid or ashamed to say what they've been through. Never ashamed to say their failures. There was always somebody there to help you, whether it was the CAF worker, whether it was another girl you saw on the street, on campus. It was just, they always gave you the real. So you was like, oh, wait, you're not all together. So it's okay if I'm not all together. And it was just amazing. Literally, I saw you turning up the next day, but still you getting A's and you sit in the front row of class. I'm like, this is me. This is where I belong.
Okay.
It's just all well-rounded. The intersectionality is amazing.
Okay, word. I like that.
All right.
I agree. I love it. So this is kind of a follow-up or connected to that question. So anything that y'all didn't feel like you said, please feel free to share. Bree said, what are the pros and the cons of an all-girls school?
So the pros, definitely that. Oh, okay. So I really like this, especially being now that I'm a teacher. The pros is, in full transparency, there are times when you are in integrated gender like spaces where the voices of a certain population are diminished. So for example, as a woman, there are times where I remember growing up where boys would naturally be called on more often, or their answers would be regarded as right far quicker than being a girl or a woman. So in a space where you take out that gender factor, there are less opportunities for like your voice to not be heard. And in a sense, it almost levels the playing field. But one of the cons is still that the environment might not be as diverse. So you deal with both sides of that. Like, yes, there's the pro of, oh my gosh, now it's all girls and it's about us for once. But it's also like, you still want to hear other perspectives. So you don't always get that, being that there were only girls there.
I agree. I think I realized the pro once I took a class at Morehouse. Coming from, high school, you used to sitting with boys and girls and all different races and stuff like that. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to Spelman where it's just women in the classroom. And I was like, oh, this is empowering, because like Ariel said, your voice is finally heard and other people agree with you. And then when I got to Morehouse and took a class there, I kind of felt like, and at this time I was the only girl in this class, but I had to take the class. And I just felt like in a hole, like a hermit crab. I was like, oh, this is not, I don't feel like my voice is going to be heard. But in turn, I will say Morehouse students do appreciate Spelman women when they do give their opinion on things in the classroom, but it definitely felt different. Like you feel like you can't say everything that you want to say that's on your heart compared to when you're in the classroom of all women.
I agree.
You want to say anything else, C?
Oh no, I said I agree. The only thing I would say about a con is that everybody is like on the same cycle. Are there guys on here?
It's okay. It's okay.
Girl, go right ahead. Talk about it. Talk about it.
That's just a lot. That's just truly a lot. But otherwise, I mean, so sorry, guys. Yeah, I don't know. I took classes at Morehouse and Clark is like co-ed. Morehouse is all guys, of course. So that's a pro. I mean, at least if you don't want to be with all girls all the time, you can,
Yeah.
those other colleges. I don't know if that works for any other college, but for us, that was nice.
I was gonna say, I actually really enjoyed it because my friends, I love to talk, have a focus group and a theory. So being in class with all women that just get it, and we could just cut up and have a whole debate that no one else wants to debate about but Black women. It was powerful. And then you go off the campus and like there'll be boys there. They couldn't wait to be there. And we would go to Morehouse and Clark and you can take classes there. So to me, besides some of the dorm stuff, like C said, it was like really great environment for me because in the class I could just be me, and then out I kind of forgot that I was at an all-girls school.
Yeah, it's really only in the classroom and the dorms that you notice you're at an all-girls school. Because like Simone said, as soon as they opened the gates, Morehouse and Clark was there. So
yeah,
that's cool. Just real quick, can one of y'all explain like the proximity of like Clark and Morehouse, just for people that don't understand like how close they really are?
it's literally outside the gate. Like the only thing that separates us is the parking lot.
That's how close they are.
Yeah. So out the back gates of Spelman is Clark. Like you walk down a promenade and it's literally Clark Atlanta's campus. Out the front gate, you can walk through the garage and you're at Morehouse.
Yeah.
You don't even have to walk through the garage. You're literally at Morehouse.
You don't. It's so close that me and Simone parked at Morehouse our last years of college because their parking deck was literally that close.
Yeah.
That close and cheaper.
Yeah.
And cheaper.
I got you.
For sure.
I got y'all.
Thank you for explaining that. Question from Cam. Were any of you in extracurriculars? I think we touched on this a little bit, but were any of you in extracurriculars? And if so, how did you maintain the balance?
I guess I was. Spelman doesn't have sports. We have a wellness program, but I started modeling my freshman year. Yeah, freshman year, and it definitely takes a toll because after a while, like the school is but so small, so people constantly ask you to model every year, every fashion show, and it was something I enjoyed, which I didn't want to give up, so I had to fit it in my schedule. And then being a bio major, our labs would be like 3 hours. So going from lab, going to practice, trying to study at practice, when it's your next time to walk, it was a lot because we would be at practice all night, all day. Like it was definitely something, but you just have to make sure you know what your priorities are, and school always comes first.
Yeah, I think I did a couple things on campus, but I think where a lot of girls like struggled, especially our freshman year, you wanted to be involved in everything because it's like, ooh, all these clubs. But as those years go on, like Kira said, she was really passionate about modeling. We found the things that we were passionate about and honed in on those things. So freshman year, I might have been in a community service organization, but by senior year, I didn't need to be in a community service organization because the pre-law society, they did community service. So I got the best of both worlds. Like I could go to lectures on law schools, but then I could also do community service with them as well. So you kind of weed it out as you go along because you realize I like this thing, but I don't love it. And if I only have 2 hours to give to extracurriculars, I'd rather give those 2 hours to something that I enjoy doing versus the thing that I think is cool.
Yeah, I would.
Are you muted?
No, can you hear me?
Oh, you said something I didn't hear you.
Frozen and muted, yikes.
It's been spring a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. But I agree. It's kind of
Oh, I also think like a lot of people may think extracurricular activities with your friends is a lot. But we actually all were in the same organization, which was called SHAPE, Student Health and Peer Educators. And it actually like definitely took a little bit of our majors and what we was interested in, and it kind of brought us together as well. Like even though we all had we had other things outside, and we would be like, okay, guys, we need a break. But still, it was fun being in the same group as your friends, like besides just going out and partying. It was nice doing those things for campus with your friends. A lot of people may think like, okay, I don't want to see my friends all the time, but I really enjoyed it. Like we was taking over that organization.
planning in the car on the way to
Okay.
Did we get that?
It was fun.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, Miss C, did you have anything that you wanted to add, or you good?
No, I think that's good. I think by the end of or like close to senior year, everybody like had jobs and stuff, and then
Oh,
we didn't
yeah.
have a lot of classes. We had a class a day or 3 days no class and then 2 classes. So yeah.
Hit up me if you want to figure out how to work and go to school, because when I say my girl did it to the
Yeah.
missed a day of work, never missed a turn up, and finished her biology major.
On time.
On time.
Good, but I won't recommend it. I didn't even. I just did it.
Yeah.
But
That's amazing.
it's over now. What'd you say, Sim?
I just admire that about all my friends, that like they are just consistently passionate about their goals and dreams, still can turn up, still be a friend. They're just very multidimensional. And we always say like you guys gotta surround yourself with like-minded, strong people, and they will bring you up and like help you see the world differently and make you want to be better. And just having this conversation, reflecting, I'm like, oh my gosh, like I would not have made it as well without you.
Right. Can I answer one of the questions in the chat?
You got it pulled up too? Because I'm looking.
Yes. You see the questions? Wait, how do
Hey.
you see them?
This is on YouTube.
Yep.
Oh.
I had to figure
Y'all
it
know
out.
I'm at work on the clock. It's all right.
Hello. Tay Bands asks, what advice do you give to someone who doesn't know if they want to go to college or not? And I think that's something that we have to talk about, especially in communities of our own. While I can't speak to it from my own experience, my older sister went to college for 1 year. She's super artistic. She wanted to be a fashion designer and do all these things, but our whole life she was super artistic. So after her freshman year, college was expensive, and my parents were like, we can't really take out more loans for you. And she was like, I don't know what I want to do. But she was always a hard worker. She worked from like the time she was like 15. And I know for her, she found what she was really passionate about and made money off of that. So now my sister is a full-time entrepreneur. She flips houses. She's a realtor. She does interior design, like anything housing related, my sister does it. But for her, it was very much an instance where she had to find what she was passionate about. She knew she was a hard worker. She knew she was artistic. She figured out, how can I make money using those things? So college, to be quite frank, might not be for everyone, but it doesn't mean that you have to sell yourself short of what you're passionate about. So Tay Bands, whatever you are interested in, figure out, how can I make money off of that? For me, I really like to do hair, but I know I don't want to do hair full time. So I make money sometimes making wigs, reselling hair. I might color hair for my friends. My friends know they could call me for anything. You need me to install it, I got you. And while that doesn't pay my bills, I'm passionate about it. So if I ever needed to make money off of it, I could do it. So whatever it is that you enjoy doing, like think of those things and how you can make money. If you like to cook, figure out how you can sell plates. If you design flyers, figure out how you can turn that into a passion. Go on YouTube, go on Instagram, start hashtagging stuff. This whole quarantine, I've been following a lot more brands that are trying to build entrepreneurs. That's what I'm into right now. Like I tell people, I was just telling my sister, If you think of a URL, go on the internet, buy the URL. It'll cost you $11. If you need $11, I got you. Because that's how important it is to like bet on yourself at all times. Because I'm sure there's something you like to do. If it's make music, if it's work with elderly people, if you could drive and you could deliver groceries, like people are out here hustling. It's just a matter of like you being serious about it. And if you need help from someone, this is a great resource right here. Like I'm sure they can connect you with people. So don't be afraid to try. And especially if y'all are young, like now's the time. We have nothing but time because we're supposed to be now.
Right.
I love it. Thank you for that. Thank you for touching on that. Because our heartbeats, listen, they entrepreneurs. They already entrepreneurs. They already create and they already have their businesses. So it's great that you brought that up because a lot of them are already doing what you just were talking about. So thank you for pulling that and answering that. Did anybody else want to add to that or answer that?
I don't think anybody can go after that.
I was about to say that was it. That was it.
Yes. Yes.
My answer was gonna be like, look, college ain't for everybody. Do you, boo?
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. I agree. Thank you. Another question from Tay. So mind you, I'm gonna do kind of what we were talking about this morning. Mind you, it's 12:49. I'm at the question that was asked at 12:21. So we definitely again gonna get those questions to you. I think Cam is rounding up the questions for everybody today. So another question from Tay. Hey Tay, how did y'all majors lead into y'all careers? And she said if that makes sense. So like, you know, some of the majors may not align with the careers may align with the majors. How did y'all navigate those kind of things?
I think being a bio major, I realized that every class I took was always about some intricate cells, some immunology stuff. Like it was just stuff. I'm like, am I really gonna need this? Am I really gonna use this? Am I really gonna remember it? To be honest, a lot of the classes I was just like, okay, this is interesting information. I'm taking it because I need to pass. But what I say it helped me to get in my field at like with dentistry work. No, I could have been here with any other major. Like we said before, don't ever let the major you want to be or the major you don't see yourself doing, don't ever let it deter you from where you really want to go, because you can take English and still minor and take some science classes and learn, you know, I don't know, how to cook or something. Like it just really depends. Whatever it is, don't let it may not seem like they go together, but it still will. Like no matter what your dream is. Like Ariel says, she's into law, but like also loves to do hair. Like who thinks those things go together? They don't. But it doesn't matter because it makes up who you are. So take all the classes necessary. Yeah.
And I guess I would say for me, it kind of worked out because with like certain majors and I guess degrees, like with psychology, you have to kind of go on to like a next step because you're not going to be able to give anybody advice, give any kind of clinical practice without more certification. So I already knew like psychology is good because it's going to be general, but maybe that's a little too general and I need to find something a little bit more that's honed into my interests. So when I found public health, it was good because I was able to say like, oh, I can still impact people's lives, listen to them, but make more of a direct change, where psychology is a little too broad and everyone's like, are you just going to sit on the couch and listen to people's problems? I'm like, maybe, but I could also create a program that will help a whole bunch of people at one time. And so it kind of helped me to hone in my interest. And then I just kept talking to people who were like in the public health field, getting mentors and like following their path to kind of lead, you know, what is my next step? What is my next step? And make it my own. So you guys got this. Like, just like Kara said, like Ariel said, see, like you got to just follow your passion and then take it one step and don't let all the pressures of society in the world feel like you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, because you're uniquely and wonderfully made to do what you're supposed to do on this earth. So you follow your path and your journey, and you get your group of people around you that can pick you up when you are feeling like you're not doing enough, and they're like, girl, that's a lie. Or when you're not doing, like, girl, get it together, and you make it work.
Yeah, I think for me now, like even though my degree is in political science, I did take like education classes, but like when I think about the equity in my own classroom, I think like, is this equitable in that if I had to stand before a judge and say, this is what I did for my kids lately, would that be the most fair treatment for as far as their education is concerned? And my minor in Spanish luckily works out because I live in Texas, because I work in Houston. The majority of my population is Hispanic, and many of my parents do not speak English fluently. So a lot of times I use my Spanish minor more than I think, sometimes more than my political science degree, because I have no choice but to communicate with parents. Like they want to know how their child is doing. So I figure it out. If I don't know the word, I talk in circles until I figure it out. But I use it a lot more often than I realize.
Let's see, what would I say? Yeah, like Kira said, like I could have got any of the jobs that I had without my degree. I mean, obviously it helped, but I think what's more important is having experience. So you can have a degree in biology, but you have to, like, I worked with refugees, I worked with mental health patients, I worked with cancer patients, I worked with patients with hematology issues. So just having like that degree with different backgrounds, it's easy, you can be more relatable that way. And these jobs are like crazy. They want you to have 12 years of school and 15 years of experience. So just having that balance honestly helps. The school part is important, but having that experience is more important to me, because that's like applied. Like anybody can go to school, but can you do it? So
Exactly.
That's the key.
Absolutely. Thank y'all, of course, for all of your answers. Everybody answered that, right? I want to make sure everybody did. Okay. For we had 12:55, y'all. This is how it's been going all day. This is how it's been going all success sessions, honestly, never having enough time. But for any of you that have the chat pulled up right now, because now that I know y'all have it, pick one last question to answer, whatever it may be. I think that would be a good way to kind of end us off.
I seen one that popped out instantly.
Okay. All right, we got it.
It's not like really educated.
You're good.
It might say a lot about me.
I was about to say, we can get to the real questions too.
Okay.
Johnson said, "Do you all go to parties together?"
Do we?
Party if we wasn't together? Are you kidding me?
Where were y'all just at in February and we was turning up?
In Houston.
Oh, we get active. Don't be surprised.
Listen, in school, when me and Simone moved off campus together, when I tell you, Ariel used to be at my house before I got there with the bottle.
Hello, I'm here, ready to turn
now that
up.
we're all separated, in different states, we do try and get together and at least travel to see one another at least twice or 3 times a year. We be missing each other. So we be like, look, clear your schedule for this weekend. I'm coming to see you. So yeah, we can't party without one another.
Everybody's going.
Everybody. Everybody.
Definitely. Yeah. Balance. I kid you not.
Yeah, it's good. You gotta have that, because we be having our best laughs, times, memories when we're at the parties, and we're the next day at the table trying to finish our essays. But that's when you really go out. You just see the world. You see a whole bunch of other things. You get to be a little free and just live your life.
Yeah. Do we have time for any more questions?
I have one mini follow-up, if you don't mind. What's your favorite moment together? It would be nice if y'all could all sync up and just talk about one, but I'm sure there's multiple. There was multiple. Oh no, maybe I shouldn't have answered that. We got 3 minutes.
Oh,
I think I got one.
Okay.
Wait, no. Somebody
I
might.
don't. We have so many. Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. That's really hard. And we're not even trying to play y'all, but when I say like we had 10 days of orientation, and I think it was by like August, I think October, I was already at Ariel's house spending time
Yeah.
with her family
Yeah.
who lived in Italy. So she was like, Simone, do you want to come with me for like home for break? And I'm like girls that lived in Georgia would go home and never invite their friends. Like we were already on trips for spring break together, going to Florida, um, just having the time. But I guess I was some of the I don't know.
I
I
know.
was gonna say sleep.
Maybe we'll open up with that for part 2. Oh, I'm sorry, Missy. Were you gonna say something?
No, I was just gonna say graduation. I think we got a couple of pictures like just huddled up together, and I think that was the moment we like, y'all, this is over, and we just thinking like, okay, how we gonna maintain this friendship? Like everybody's going back home, and then all of our family was there. Like we made plans to have all of our families, because we knew each other and we met each other's family before, but never had all together in one space. So that was great. Our little group hugs were great, and that was just, oh my god.
Yeah. I think the best moments for me were like coming into my room freshman year and my friends were already there, like with the snacks and just ready to chill out, because it would be a long day and I would open my room and just want to lay down. But then also I knew I just wanted to talk to my friends. Like no questions asked. They was always there with some snacks and I was just loving it. Just it was always amazing.
I love it. I love it. I hate to cut y'all off. I'm so sorry. I was so sorry because I was like, oh, you probably shouldn't answer that follow-up at 12:57. But thank y'all so much for coming on today. Thank y'all so much for being open and honest and just being willing to talk about y'all experiences, academically and with each other. Y'all have to leave us with jewels. That is, we have to do it at the end of every session. So like a takeaway, something inspirational, something to leave with our heartbeats as y'all leave us from this session.
Ooh, well, let me go first since I gotta go.
Okay, go, Kara.
I would definitely say don't let your disappointments diminish your dreams. Don't let it ever make your dreams smaller. If you have a big dream, keep it big. If it's a big goal, keep it big. Because failure is part of the process to your goal. It's going to be disappointments, and sometimes that will discourage you and you're going to feel like I can't do this, but you really should just continue to fail toward your goal. Don't ever like fail in different directions. Just make sure you keep going. Because I always feel like, well, my mom always tells me, if you have a vision in your heart and that's your dream, God gave it to you. He would have never gave it to you to see if he didn't feel like you could do it. So if you feel like you don't want to go to college or you want to start that business, you're going to keep going towards it because that's what you're just going to do. And trust me, it's going to be hard. Like we all said, we thought we wanted to do something. We thought we was going straight into medical school, dental school, law school. And when I tell you life will turn you around and around and around until you can't see, but you just got to get back up and stay on that track. So yeah, definitely remember, just fail toward your goal. It's just a part of it.
Yes, I love that.
That was good, Kara.
I love y'all. I have to go. They are probably looking for me. But yeah, bye, Sim. Bye, Sim. Bye.
Love you.
I love you too. How do I leave? Okay, bye guys.
Bye.
I would say be the person that you needed when you were younger. Because a lot of times we have like these dreams when we were so small that sometimes we forget about. And that you're allowed to be whoever you want to be. Like you really can create your life. There are so many opportunities that people before us didn't have. And we live in such an advanced world where despite all the negative things that happen, you can still decide I want this thing and I'm going to go after it, and I can find the tools, make a way, figure it out, do what I got to do, blood, sweat, tears, what have you. But I can literally be the person who I want to be, and I can create the life that I want.
Yes, yes, and we get 2 more of these, y'all. We get 2 more of these today. Yes, thank you so much. Who's going next?
We're gonna let Miss Simone, end it.
Okay.
Mine's is just social media, period. Like social media could be discouraging because people only post, what's positive, or they posting these bodies that's really not theirs, or they posting all of this money or fly dinners and big trips and just all success. Like don't let social media um, deter you or make you feel like you're doing stuff too slow, or, just be on your own time. Like it's your pace, it's your race. Social media is like pros and cons. So just use it more so as motivation. Don't let it discourage you. Yeah.
Yes, still yes. It's never gonna be a no. Okay. Miss Simone, take us. Well, I think I still have to give one technically, but Miss Simone, take us on out.
Before I start having some allergies on here, and I'll have another nickname. But say that y'all, I know y'all are so strong, and y'all like, it's hard to let people in, but when you find your people, don't be afraid to just lean into it, because you're going to go into new environments and new places where you might not know, like you might not have your family and all the other supports that you had, and you're going to need someone else when you get there. You don't have to do everything on your own. So I would just say, don't be afraid to lean into those people, because these ladies have seen me at my best and my worst, and they have truly become my family. And I was like, no, 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 it's okay. No one needs to see me like this. And then everything just had to come away, and they were there to catch me with open arms and there to cheer me on for stuff. Like people really become your family. So of course, be wise with the choices, but when you find your people, it's okay to melt in their arms sometimes.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, y'all, again for coming on and just, leaving us with your jewels and just everything. Miss Simone, I think I'm hearing that we're gonna have to do a part 2. So ladies, be ready. Ladies, be ready, because they ain't playing about their part 2s now. They not. So be ready in the future. And thank you again for coming, y'all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for having us. And for Simone.
I'm late for my meeting, and I'm
Oh
gonna
Lord.
turn on it, so I gotta go. But I love y'all.
Yes.
Love y'all. See y'all later.
Bye. Thank you.
That's a good question.
Bye, Missy.
Bye.
All right, y'all see my face. I know that's not to be expected, but thank y'all, for tuning in, for watching. Miss Kaitlyn at 2 since it's Wednesday. And yeah, my jewel is just like don't think that you will not find your friends as you continue on in your life journey, because people will definitely gravitate towards you and you'll gravitate towards people. So yeah. Definitely, y'all. Y'all gonna be back on at 2 with Miss Kaitlyn and Miss Joni. We miss you dearly. They not used to seeing my face in transition, so we miss you dearly, and we hope that your training is going well. See y'all later. Bye bye.
Hey y'all, welcome back. Miss Joni is not gonna be on today, so it is just me, and Maya is gonna come on as well so that we can do some Algebra 2, I believe. So I am doing more than I normally do because I don't normally look at the YouTube channel while I am going. But now I'm looking at it just to make sure if people are saying stuff. But yeah, we're gonna just wait for, we're just gonna wait for Maya to get on and then we'll get started right away. Yeah, Kim, you can definitely help today. We're going over solving logarithmic equations today. So yeah, so if you want to come on, you're more than welcome to also come on. You just have to text Joni and see, and she'll let you on. She'll give you the link and she'll let you on. Hi, Bree. I see you too. Thanks for coming on. I'm glad you're here. So I am just hitting up Maya to see if she is ready to come on. Gosh, I want to say some things to you, but I actually haven't been watching today. And so I wish that someone was on here to tell me what has happened so far. Because I know that it's college week and y'all have been having some really good guest mentors come on. But yeah, I'm curious. If you have anything to say, you can type it in, or you can ask Joni for a link and you can come on and chat it up while we're waiting for Maya to come on. Cam, thanks for replying. It's been great this week. Yeah, it has been. What's been the best part so far? I'm curious who like the best guest mentor has been, or what is the most helpful thing that you've learned so far this week? It's Wednesday already. It's halfway through the week. Yeah, you asked a lot of so Cam's saying that she asked a lot of questions today, or they asked a lot of questions. What did y'all ask questions about? So it was okay. I think it was like social day today, right? So you talked to a lot of Miss Simone's friends, Miss Mo's and Miss Sushma's friends from college. Yeah, I'm curious to see what that's like. Kim, while we're waiting, do you want to jump on? I'm curious to hear your reflections from this. Do you want to text Miss Joni for a link? I would love to have you come on. You'll have really great friendships. So it was interesting seeing they're long lasting. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, college friendships are so interesting because, I mean, especially when you're like in the dorms and stuff, you bond over like everything, and when you're living on campus and stuff. So that's really, yeah, I feel like my friends from college too, the ones that I met in like the very first week of school, I feel like I'm still friends with them. Bree, curious about your experiences or your thoughts from today. What kind of questions or what kinds of things have stuck with you? Y'all bring quiet today. Not wanting to get on, not wanting to share with me. I know there's 8 people watching this. 9 people now. So curious. What are y'all's thoughts about today? What are y'all's thoughts about having friends? Did they talk about friends from high school and what it's like to like stay in touch with people from high school versus people from college? Because I find that to be interesting. I have friends from both high school and college that I still talk to, but I feel like I'm closer to the ones from college than the ones that I had in high school. Bree says she can't wait to go to college just for the experience. Dude, yes. I mean, there are a lot of different options out there, like we talked about on Monday, of going into work or going into like the military or things like that. But the college experience is definitely a good one. They just talked about college. Yeah, friends from college. That makes sense. Okay, y'all, we're gonna give it 5 more minutes because I'm not good at this stuff. I'm not like Miss Joni. I can't just spew out jewels at you all day long. So I'm gonna wait 5 more minutes to see if Maya's gonna get on, and then if not, we're gonna call it a Wednesday. We're gonna say, go get some rest, go do your homework. Hit me up if you have any questions, but we'll wait a couple more minutes. There she is. Yeah, sweet. Now you all come on all at once. You make me wait up here all awkward for 10 minutes and then you all come on all at once. There we go. I see how it is.
Sorry, I just got up the shower when you started the session. So I was talking to you while I was getting dressed.
Wait, say that again?
I said, sorry, I was getting dressed because I just got out the shower.
Like okay.
Session started.
That's a good excuse. Maya, how you doing?
I'm good. Just had to run around the world to get these papers filled out. That's all.
Oh man. All right. Well, I'm glad you're here now. Yeah. Do you still want to do some logarithmic equation stuff today, Maya?
Yes, it's perfectly fine.
Sweet. Pam, do you want to stay on for this? Do you know about logarithmic equations and doing that kind of stuff?
Yes, I can stay on.
Cool. But first, actually, I want to just ask you about more of your reflections from today so far, because I know that you were writing some of them in the chat box. But so you talked about college friends today. Tell me more about what you thought about that.
So I kind of thought it was like really interesting. Like, of course, I was like helping, like planning everything as far as this week or whatever. But like, it was actually interesting just to see it come to life. I feel like friendships is like a big part of like your experience in college and everything. So like just seeing all of them like on there, like especially Miss Mo's, I think that was Miss Mo's normal session with Miss Simone's friends. It was like really like interesting because it was like a lot of them and they all had like different backgrounds and experiences. So I think today was like the best day so far because it was like seeing all the social interaction, just seeing like how people are with each other, especially like Miss Mo. It was like it's different always seeing like somebody that she brings. So yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. And thank you so much for helping organize this whole week. I have heard so many good things from young people saying that this has been really helpful. So thanks for that. Maya, were you on earlier too?
Yes, I was on earlier.
And what do you think of the session so far?
I like the dynamic of it. I like the fact that all of them had a different story. Whether if they were friends or not, they all had something to bring to the table. I'm one of those people that like, if I already have a table, I'm gonna need you to bring a whole table to my table. So I like that dynamic of that.
Cool. Nice. All right, y'all. Let's jump into it because Miss Joni said she's not here today, but she is kind of on a strict little deadline for us to get off on time today. So thank you, Maya, for sending me these problems earlier. I definitely had to review them. As always, I have to review those logs because they are kind of hard. So okay, I'm gonna share my screen here. Okay, can you see my screen, Maya?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sweet. Okay, so talking about logarithmic equations today. So we have two things to review before we can jump into the problems that you sent me. So the first thing that we should review is just like, what is a log? So either of you can actually answer this question, Cam or Maya. What is a log? Like, what does that even mean? Or tell me some things you know about it.
Well, I know that it's short for a logarithm. I also know that if you just have log by itself, the base would be to 10 because that's the normal scientific form.
Yeah, okay, great. And so you talked about this thing called a base. And so I'm gonna just draw out like the basic function or the basic formula for a log. So I would have log with the base b, and then to the a equals c. Okay, so we have three parts here. And you already mentioned the base. What other parts do we have?
We also have the argument, and I can't remember what the last one was. I was writing my.
This one's confusing. So this is the exponent. And this is actually going to be really important for us to remember today, that this is the base, the argument, and the exponent, because we're going to be switching those around. The reason this is called the exponent, remember, is that you can rewrite a log as an exponent. And so if I rewrote this, I would start with the base. The base is like what the exponent sits on. So I start with the base and I put the exponent on top of the base. So it goes base, exponent, and then argument. Okay, so these two things are the same thing. They're just written in two different ways. So I've got the base, let me erase this. I've got the exponent and I've got the argument. Okay, so we sort of just switched them around. Okay. So let me just show you an example of this really quick. If I have log base 2 of 16 equals 4. Okay, so Maya, tell me what's the base, what's the argument, what's the exponent?
The base is the 2. 16 is the argument. 4 is the exponent.
Perfect. So if I was to rewrite this, how would I rewrite it? I want to rewrite it as an exponent.
You will put you will put 2 to the power of 4 equals 16.
Perfect. Great. So I got my base, I've got my exponent, and I've got my argument. Okay. This is a good example because we know that this is true. So 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. This is 2 to the 4th, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the same thing as 16. Okay, because 2 times 2 is 4, times 2 is 8, times 2 is 16. Okay. Great. Okay, so that's the first thing we need to review. The second thing we need to review are log rules. And we went over these a couple of weeks ago. And Cam or Maya, feel free to jump in. What is one of the log rules that we talked about? Do you remember?
Quotient rule.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quotient rule. And what was that rule? Do you remember?
I believe it was when the multiplication turns into, I think it was subtraction.
Yeah, you got them a little bit mixed up, but you're on the right track. So if I have like log base b of x minus log base b of y, this is going to turn into
log b x over y.
Yeah, perfect. And so it turns from a subtraction into a division. Okay, so this is the quotient rule. Then what's the opposite of the quotient rule?
The
Is it like
product.
the most? Oh, no, mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, you both got it. So I think one of you said product, one said multiplication, and you are both right. So it's the product rule. So we have log base b of x plus log base b of y equals, what does it turn into?
xy.
Yeah, log base b of x, y, or x times y. Okay, so this one, the product rule, is the one that we're really going to focus on today. That's because the problems that Maya sent me have the product rule in them. Okay. One thing to keep in mind is that the base for these is always the same, right? So it would be like log base 3 of something, log base 3 of something. I could not combine them if one of them was like log base 5 and log base 3. Then I couldn't combine them. Okay. Okay, so any questions so far? Are we good?
We're good.
Okay. All right, let's jump into the first one then. So the first problem we have is log base 2, 3 of x, plus log base 2 of 4 equals 4. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So right off the bat, what can we do here to combine these?
We can combine the bases of 2.
Yeah, what rule are we going to use?
Product rule.
Boom. Okay, product rule. So let's rewrite this then. As what? Log base 2 of what?
3 times x.
3x times what?
Times 4.
Yeah. 3x times 4 and then equals 4. Okay, cool. So then I'm just going to simplify this a little bit. So I have log base 2 of what? What is 3x times 4? What is 3 times 4?
Oh, you talking to me?
Yep, either one.
You said what is 3x times 4?
Yep.
12x.
Yep. 12x equals 4. Okay. So now we have a much more manageable thing, right? We started with this, but this, writing that I just highlighted, is the same exact thing as this that I just highlighted. Okay, so all we did is just simplified it down a bit. Okay, so then now we can use what we talked about at the very beginning with the base, argument, and exponent, and we can rewrite this, right? So here I have the base, here I have the argument, and here I have the exponent. Okay, so Maya, tell me how I will rewrite this, or how I could.
2 to the exponent of 4 equals 12x.
2 to the exponent of 4 equals 12x. Perfect. Okay, so now all we have to do, since we've gotten rid of that log, all we have to do is solve for x. Okay, so let's simplify this down. What is 2 to the 4th? We went over this one earlier.
I'm sorry. Give me 2 seconds.
Yep.
I repeat what you said.
Okay, we're just gonna simplify this down. So what is 2 to the 4th?
16.
Yep, so 16 equals 12x. And then to get x by itself, I'm just going to divide by 12 on both sides. Okay, so what I get is x equals 16 over 12. And can I reduce that down?
Yeah.
To what?
We can repeat.
Yeah.
We can reduce that down to you can reduce that down to 1 over, I can't think right now. Wouldn't it be over
What if I divided the top and the bottom both by 4?
I was thinking about the way I was thinking it was put 12 into 16.
Oh, yeah. So you could do it 1 time plus
Yeah.
a third of a time. So it is, you're right, it is 1 1/3. But that is more confusing because I'm gonna have to plug this back in. So I'm gonna keep it as, instead of 1 1/3, I'm gonna keep it as 4/3. Okay.
Okay.
So what we have to do now, the next part that they asked us to do was check if this number is real or if it is extraneous. What does this mean? How do we know this?
If you plug the final answer back into the product, then if both sides equal 4 over 3, then they'll be real. If they don't both equal that, then it's extraneous.
Yeah. So just one minor tweak. They don't have to equal 4 over 3. They just have to equal each other. Both sides of the equation have to equal each other. Okay. So let's plug that in and we'll see if it is real or we'll see if it's extraneous. So I'm gonna just copy this and I'm gonna bring it down. Okay. So Cam, you want to get it on this one? You want to help me out?
Sure.
Cool. Okay, so I am plugging this in. I've got 3, and then I'm gonna plug in 4/3 plus log base 2 of 4 equals 4. Okay, so tell me what to do here.
Well, I would simplify it.
Okay, how so?
So you distribute the 3 into 4/3, and it would be 1. I mean not 1, 4.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be log 2 of 4 plus log 2 of 4.
Equals 4. Okay, cool. What's next?
Since you know like 2 to the second power is 4, we can say 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Yes, maybe. You're losing me. So what do I write down?
Well, you could do 2 plus 2 log 2 of 4.
Plus 2 log 2. So, like 2 times log 2 of 4, like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I guess you could. I'm gonna push you, hold on. I'm gonna push you to instead use the product rule that we talked about because that is easier in my brain to simplify.
Okay, so log 2 of 16.
Yes, log 2 of 16. And how did you get the 16 in there?
Multiply 4 by 4.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'm just gonna do it step by step just so I don't lose myself. So log 2 of 16 equals 4. Okay, Now we have to check that those two things equal each other. So how are we going to do that?
You transfer into exponential form. So 2 to the 4th power equals 16.
Good. So I have my base, I have my argument, and I have my exponent. Okay, sweet. And 2 to the 4th, does that equal 16?
Yes.
Yeah. So we've got 16 equals 16. So that means that this is real, not extraneous. Thank you, Cam. That was awesome. Maya, did that one make sense?
Yeah, it made sense. I understood everything that was being said step by step.
Wait, say that last part again.
I understood everything that was being said step by step.
Okay, sweet. Cool. Okay, so let's do the next one then. I did not write it out, so let me see it again. Okay, so the next one we have, problem 2. Is log base 4 of x minus 2 plus log base 4 of 2x equals 2. Okay. Here we go, folks. This one gets a little longer for us, but we can do it. So tell me how I'm going to start this, Maya.
You have to figure out, you can combine the 2 log bases of 4.
Using what rule?
Using the quotient rule.
Oh, other one.
Oh, product rule.
Yep. Product rule. Okay, cool. So what's it going to look like when I've combined them?
It's going to look like log 4 of x minus 2 times 2x.
Perfect. So I'm going to write the 2x first just to keep it straight in my brain. 2x times x minus 2 equals 2. Okay, what do I have to do next?
Then you figure out what your middle product is. So the 2x times the x minus 2.
Mm-hmm. So what is that going to be?
I know.
Cam, can you help us out?
Sure. So the process that this is called distribution. So 2x times x is 2x squared, because it's 2 x's, and then it's minus 4x, since 2 times 2 is 4, and you still have an x, so minus 4x.
Cool. So just to repeat it, you just distributed the 2x into the other ones, which you said perfectly. Awesome. So I have 2x squared and then minus 4x equals 2. Maya, you following?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so now Maya, take me through the next step. What am I gonna do?
Throughout the next step, you would use the form, which would be 4 to the 4 to the second exponent alpha, and then that would equal to 2x squared minus 4.
Perfect. 2x squared minus 4x. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and just simplify this and say 16 equals 2x squared minus 4x. Mm-hmm. Okay. So this one I think is harder than the last one because of this guy right here. So all that does, the squared sign, is that it makes it more difficult for us to solve this equation. Okay. Maya, do you have any idea on how we would solve this? It's okay if not. This is a confusing one that is.
I think when you try to get that the x's by itself at the end and use the exponent first.
Yeah. I think so. Wait, so what would be my next step?
Doing something with the exponent.
Oh, got it. Okay. The first thing that I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna set this equation equal to 0. So I'm gonna get all the terms onto this side. So if I do that, I'm gonna do 2x squared minus 4x minus 16. Okay, so now that I have it in that form, this should look familiar in that we have to just solve for x, but we have to do it using like any of our methods that we talked about for factoring, right? So we have to factor this out to find out what x is going, when x will equal 0. Does that make sense? We're coming back to a concept we did a long time ago with factoring.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, great. So Cam is typing in trinomial or greatest common factor. It is a trinomial and we might want to use greatest common factor. So Cam, can you walk us through maybe how we would solve this?
Okay, so the beginning of each term is divisible by 2. So I would take out 2.
Okay.
So it would be 0 equals 2 times x squared minus 2 minus 8.
Great. Now what?
Then we would like determine the vectors for x squared minus 2x minus 8. So we would have to find two numbers that multiply to equal -8, but add up to -2.
Cool. I'm going to write that on the side. That
Okay.
add up to -8, but multiply to what?
No, they add up to -2.
Whoops. Oops. That add up to -2, but
multiply to -8.
Perfect. That's much easier. Okay. Okay. And this is factoring. Okay, great. So let's do that. They add up to -2, but they multiply to -8. What would that be?
For me or Maya?
Keep going with it, Cam.
Okay, so it would be -4 and +2.
-4 and +2. Okay, so I'm just gonna write those down here really quick. So just so that we're clear, -4 plus 2 is -2, right? And -4 times 2 is -8. So that's what we're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I will write this as what?
You would put 2 times x minus 4 times x plus 2.
X plus 2. Okay. Sweet. And then how do I know what x equals then?
You would determine, I guess you would say determine the zeros. So it would be x minus 4 equals 0, and then x plus 2 equals 0.
Cool. So what does x equal in both cases?
4 and -2.
X equals 4 and x equals -2. Okay. You made quick work of that, Cam. Thank you so much. So we have 2 answers here. Maya, do you have any questions about that factoring? I know that was a long time ago and it might not be fresh in your brain. So any questions about that?
Not necessarily. I can understand what she did. My question that I am kind of shaky on is the exponent from the second one into the third.
From this one into this one? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So let me write a note down here. So let me just work it out down here. So the reason why the exponent goes away is, so I'm going to get rid of the 2 for now, and I'm just going to do x squared minus 2x minus 8. Okay. And then I'm going to write this. This is the same as writing x minus 4 times x plus 2. So these 2 things are exactly the same. They're just written differently. Okay, and so I'll show you where the exponent went. if I was going to distribute this back out, this one, to make it look like this again, the way that I would do that is by multiplying the first two terms together. Okay, so I would do x times x equals x squared. Then I would do the first times the last. So x times 2 equals 2x. Then I would do this -4, the second one in the first brackets, times the first one in the second bracket. So -4 times x. And this would give me -4x. And then I would do the last two terms. So -4 times 2. Oops. And this would give me -8. Okay, so then when I combine these together again, I get x squared plus 2x minus 4x minus 8. But I know that these two are similar, so they can be combined. So what this turns into is x squared minus 2x minus 8. So to answer your question, this squared right here, it sort of just gets like split up into two different x's. So this x and this x are the ones that come together to make that x squared.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand. I see it now.
Cool. I am gonna shrink this down so that if and when I send you these notes later, if you want them, that you can have that little note about the factoring. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so we have these two answers right here, but what we're not quite done yet because we have to determine if they are real or extraneous. Okay.
Okay.
So we'll do them one at a time because we have to basically plug both of them in. So we have to do it twice. So let me go back to my original equation and I'll just write it out again. It is log of 4 x minus 2 plus log of 4 2x equals 2. Okay, so which one do you want to do first, Maya? Tell me, 4 or -2?
I think I'm gonna do -2 first.
-2? Okay, cool. So we'll do the green one first. Okay, so I'm gonna just plug them in. Log of 4, -2 minus 2 plus log of 4, 2 times -2 equals 2. Okay, so I've plugged them in here. Can you tell me what my next step is gonna be?
You would do the quotation first.
Okay, so tell me what that means.
That means you would do the ones in the bracket. So -2 minus 2, and then do +2 minus times -2.
Perfect. Yeah. So what is -2 minus 2?
-2 minus 2 would be 1, I believe. No.
That would be
-2 minus 2 would be 0.
It would be, if I'm going backwards, I'm going -2 minus 1, -3, minus 1, -4.
Oh, I was going the other way.
Yeah, you were going up. That's okay. All right. And then we got log base 4. And then what goes in the middle here? What is 2 times -2?
Would be 2 times -2 would equal 2 times -2 would equal 3. No.
What is 2 times 2?
2 times 2 would be 4.
Yep. And then is it positive or negative?
It would be negative.
Yep. So it is
-4.
Yeah. Equals 2. Okay. So now that I've simplified those, what rule am I going to do? What am I going to do next? I accidentally gave it away. We're going to use a rule here. What rule are we going to use?
Product rule.
Bingo. Okay, product rule. So how can I combine these two using the product rule?
You can combine the two log base of 4 and the 2 -4.
Yep. So it's going to look like this. Log base of 4 of -4 times -4 equals 2. Okay.
So that would be +8.
Not +8, that would be 4 times 2. What is 4 times 4?
Oh no, I was talking about with the 2. My bad.
Oh, got it.
I was talking about like the standard form where you go into
Oh,
the.
yeah. Hold on, you're getting ahead of yourself. Do -4 first.
-4 times -4.
What is 4 times 4?
Would it be +14?
+16. Yep. Good. So log base 4 of +16 equals 2. All right, now it's your time. Do the little rearranging. What am I gonna write?
You would do 4 to the exponent of 2 equals 16.
4 to the exponent of 2 equals 16. Okay. And what is 4 squared?
4 squared is 8. No, I'm done. 4. I mean 16.
Yeah, exactly. 16. So we have 16 equals 16, which means that this
is real.
Real. Yeah, great. Okay. So let's check that if the other one is real or extraneous now. So we did -2, so now we have 4. Cam, do you want to walk me through this one?
Sure.
Cool. Okay, let me copy this really quick. Go down. What are we doing again? 2? No, 4? Is it?
4.
Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna plug it in really quick. Log 4 minus 2 plus log 4 of 2 times 4 equals 2. Okay, cool. Lead me. What am I gonna do?
Log base 4 of 2 plus log base 4 of 8 equals 2.
Great. What am I gonna do next?
Then you'll use the product rule and you will have log base 4 of 16 equals 2.
Log base 4 of 16. Good. I'm just gonna write it like this for a second. Of 2 times 8, and then I will rewrite it. Log base 4 of 16 equals 2. Okay, cool. Now what?
You transfer it to the exponential form. So 4 to the second power equals 16.
Great. And what is 4 to the second power?
16. So 16 equals 16 and it is real.
Great. 16 equals 16 and this is real. Okay, so for both of these, for both of these answers that we got up here, they are both real. X equals 4 and X equals -2. So I'm just gonna do. They're both real. Cool. Okay, what time is it? 2:44. We have time. Let's do one more. How about that? And I think that this one will be actually quicker. So the next one we have is log base 3 of 8x. Oops. 8x plus 9 equals 4. Okay. So now it is combined for us already, right? We don't have 2 different logs, we just have 1. So we can kind of skip some steps. We don't have to combine anything. So Maya, knowing that, what is the first thing that I'm gonna do here?
We're gonna put it into the form. I don't know what that form is called. Can you tell me?
Exponential form.
Exponential form.
It's what Cam has been calling it, and I think that's a great term for it, exponential form. Okay, so let's put it in exponential form. How do I do that?
It would be 3 to the power of 4 would equal 8x plus 9.
Perfect. Okay, 3 to the power of 4. When I was solving this earlier, I had to plug this into my calculator. Do you have a calculator handy, Maya?
No.
Okay, so I will tell you then. Actually, Cam, do you know this one? 3 to the power of 4?
81.
Yeah. Did you do that in your head or did you look that up?
No, I did it in my head.
Oh my gosh, you're a star. You're way better than me. Okay, so I got 81 equals 8x plus 9. Maya, what's the next thing I'm going to do here?
You would try to simplify 8x plus 9, but leave the x.
I can move the x or I can move the 9. Let's move the 9 instead, just then I don't have to do it. I can do it in one step instead of 2. So I'll minus 9 from both sides. 81 minus 9. Cam, human calculator, tell us what you got.
72.
72. Okay, so 72 equals 8x. And then Maya, what's the last step that I have to do?
Divide over 8 on both sides.
Bingo. All right. Cam, tell us. 72 over 8.
9.
Perfect. So x equals 9. And then, so see, look, this one was so quick. I don't know why they didn't give us this one first. I feel like they give us the hardest ones first. Okay, so now real or extraneous. Okay, so I'm gonna plug it back in.
Log base of 3 x times 3 plus 9.
Yes. So log 3, 8 times 9 plus 9. Okay, equals 4. Maya, keep going. Tell me what I'm gonna do next.
Then you would figure out what's 8 times 9 and then add 9.
Great. So 8 times 9 is 72. And 72 plus 9 is 81.
Yeah.
So we got log base 3 of 81 equals 4. Okay. Then what, Maya?
Then you will put it into exponential form.
Cool. How do I do that?
Oh, my bad. 3 base 3 to the power of 4 equals 81.
Perfect. And as Cam told us earlier, I'm just going to go back up here. 3 to the power of 4 equals 81. So this is 81 equals 81. So this is
real.
Perfect. We haven't had any that were extraneous. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest. She's not giving us.
Can we do 4, the one with the last one?
Log. Yeah. So
that was the one that looked the most hard to me.
Okay, cool. So natural log 2x squared. Is that a square? Minus 1 equals 0. Okay, I haven't actually worked this one out, so let's see what we come up with. First of all, this natural log, what does that mean?
I have no idea.
Write that.
Natural log.
It is, yeah, so it is natural log. It's also log base E. Do you remember that?
Me?
Yeah, you. So natural log, I believe, is just, Cam, is that right? Natural log is just log base E. Do you know that?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So we can rewrite this then as log base E of 2x squared minus 1 equals 0.
And so that would be the 2x squared minus 1 equals 0 will be the exponent to log E. Because that's why I look away the way you write it.
Yes. Okay. So can you say that again? I think I just lost you. Can you tell me how I'd write it?
No, I said that's how I look like you wrote it. That's why I asked.
Oh, yeah. It's log base E to the 2x squared minus 1 equals 0. Yeah, that's exactly how you would say it.
Okay.
And we, just as a reminder, this E is actually, it's a number, it's a constant. So E is just, you could rewrite it as 2.71828. I'm just looking at it online. 2.7182818. Like it just keeps going on. You know how the like pi?
Yeah.
3 point 1, 4.
3.1495,
Yeah, exactly. So E is just 2.71, yada, yada, yada. Okay. So now that we've got it into log base E form, you can just solve this how you solved the other ones. So how would I do that?
You put it, since it's already an exponent, wouldn't you solve the ones in the brackets first because of the exponent?
It's not quite an exponent yet. We have our base, or an exponential form. We have our argument, and we have our exponent.
Yeah.
So how would I rewrite this then?
I was thinking the regular form, but it looks like it's already in that form because it's already an exponent.
Well, let me ask you this. If this was not an E, if it was like a 2, how would we write this?
You would write E to the base to the power of 0.
Yeah, I would write, yeah. So I would write 2 to the power of 0. But now that I have an E, I would write E to the power of 0 equals 2x squared minus 1. Right?
Yeah.
So this comes to one of our exponent rules. If an exponent is to the power of 0, what does it always equal?
Shouldn't it always equal 1?
Yeah, it always equals 1. Okay, so this right here equals 1. So now our equation is just 1 equals 2x squared minus 1. Okay. So maybe Cam, can you take it from here and tell me how I would solve for x?
Yeah. You would isolate x, so you would add 1 to both sides. So then 2 equals 2x squared, and then you would divide by 2 on both sides.
Which gives me what?
1 equals x squared.
Great.
And then you would do the square root of each side, but you would have to do plus or minus, right?
Yeah, you're right. So then I have 2 answers. X equals
positive and negative 1.
Yeah, 1, and x equals negative 1. So I didn't even think of that. That is a really, really great point. So Maya, if you were like me and you were not thinking of that, remember that when you take the square root of something, you're finding basically like the 2 numbers, they're the same number, and they multiply together to make this. So we have to find 2 numbers that multiply together to make 1. So we could do 1 times 1 equals 1, or we could do -1 times -1, and that would also equal 1. So that's why here we have to do x equals -1, or x equals +1, and x equals -1. So it actually gives us 2 solutions.
Yeah, that's how what you were saying is how I was thinking it the first time.
Cool.
Then now I see Kim's way.
Cool. Great. So what do we got? We got 5 minutes. Let's check them. So let's plug it back in, and I'll just keep it as log base E form. So I've got log base E of 2. Maya, what do you want to do first, the 1 or the -1?
The negatives. Let's start with the negative.
Okay. So -1 squared minus 1 equals 0.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first let's get rid of
this
right here. So what is -1 squared?
-1 squared would be -1 squared would be what am I going to say?
-1 squared. Sorry, I just cut you off. -1 squared would be -1 times -1, right?
Yeah.
So what would that be? 1 or -1?
That'd be 1 because it's negative times the negative equals a positive.
Yes, perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna rewrite it really quick. Log base E of 2 times 1 minus 1 equals 0. Okay, help me simplify this. Maya.
I'm sorry, I was yawning. Will you do the exponential form like we did at the top?
Yeah, but we have to kind of simplify this first.
Okay. So then 2 times 1 is 2 minus 1 is 1.
Perfect. So we got log base E of 1.
Equals 0.
0. Which is also the same thing as saying natural log of 1 equals 0. But I guess that doesn't really matter. So I'm just like putting this together in my brain. I was like, oh, I know what that is, but I don't. Okay. So anyway, keep going. Now tell me what I need to do.
Now you can put it in the exponential form.
Perfect. So I write it as
E to the power of 0 equals 1.
Perfect. And does E to the power of 0 equal 1?
Yes.
Yes, it does, because 1 equals 1. Awesome. So this is real. Okay, we've got 4 minutes. We need to see an extraneous answer potentially. Okay, I'm getting excited. So we just did what? We did -1. Okay, so Cam, can you walk me through doing +1?
Yes.
So it's log base E 2 times 1 squared minus 1 equals 0. Okay, tell me what to do.
So it would be you would have to do 1 squared first, which is 1. So log E times 2 times 1, which you can just have is 2 minus 1 equals 0. So then it would be log E of 1, since 2 minus 1 is 1.
Perfect. Equals 0.
0.
Huh?
And then you would put it in exponential form. So E to the 0 power equals 1.
Okay, and does E to the 0 power equal 1?
Yes, so 1 equals 1.
Dang, I
That's
really
real.
did. I'm so sad. I'm real. They're all real. Everything's too real today. Okay, so we got real and real. Cool. All right, y'all. Great work. Thank you so much. This was super fun, although I am sad we didn't get any extraneous answers. Yeah. Maya, thank you for bringing these problems to the table and reminding us of log rules and all of those things. That was super helpful. Cam, thank you for being a human calculator and for calculating all of our hardest math problems for us. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, y'all. Maya, I will send you these notes if you want them. Do you want them?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, y'all. I actually don't think I'll be here. I won't be here on Friday, but Kamaya and John are going to be leading on Friday. So you can check in with them. Okay. I will talk to you later, and I'll see you on tomorrow for more college stuff. Okay.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
All right. Bye,
See
y'all.
you. Bye.